And with that done, we welcome you back onto Dive Esports. My name is Akamask, and next to me, there's the amazing Winter. And we're gonna have a good day today. Finally, we are here with the Wingwoman Cup. I can't be more hyped to do this. Our first matchup will be NOVO against Galaga. Winter, are you hyped as much as I am hyped?
I think it's a little bit bittersweet for me, I'll be honest. This is my last event of the year. It's closing out with the GC off-season, close to my heart as well, obviously, with just the whole GC ecosystem. And yeah, I'm so excited to get into this. And especially this one in particular, obviously with Dive and with the events that we've been doing for GC throughout the year, we've been seeing like the top teams. We've been casting G2, we've been casting Falcons and all this, and sure, they're absolutely amazing and everything, but this is a chance to see more of the T2, T3, GC teams come through, and I think that's a good example of what we got coming through today, Akamask. I know you were telling me about a previous record one of these teams have in the Spanish League.
Yeah, I already said it. We have Galaga versus NOVO up, and Galaga just won this biggest Spanish Tier 2 competition in the off-season. So, it's certainly a team that you should bet an eye on, especially since they are beating a lineup consisting of basically all across the board former or active Game Changers main event players. And that's not an easy feat to pull off, especially like Ella, one of the players in this lineup from the DACH region, is the first player who won in every Tier 2 in the big 3 Tier 2 competitions. I think the only one she's missing is Italy right now, but she won Birds of Prey in UK and Nordic. She won Project Queens in DACH, and now La Liga Radiante in Spain. So, you know, having 3 of the bigger Tier 2 tournaments on the books for her should be an interesting matchup, especially also NOVO with, for example, Mochi has some good and strong names from the Italian scene. So yeah, as you already mentioned, we finally can have an eye on those Tier 2 teams that normally doesn't get that much of a recognition, especially in the overall scheme of Game Changers in EMEA.
And it's not just that, it's the what players that we are expecting to possibly see going through that sort of ascension for Game Changers going into next year. And we could possibly be seeing them picking up that last spot for the splits going through the year. Obviously, they have that opportunity, but we're talking about this tournament in particular. It's off season, not necessarily expecting the biggest things from any of these teams necessarily. Like most of them maybe have gone through changes. It comes to the end of the season. There's going to be some sort of fatigue going through across like the whole year that we've been seeing these games and these teams play through. But I've been watching some of the watch party streams. Obviously this is the first official stream for this tournament, but we've had POV streams, and I can ask, I'm really excited to see NOVO. I'll be honest, I've definitely been impressed what I've been seeing, especially on Abyss. I cannot for the life of me remember against who, but definitely if Abyss comes through, that's going to be an interesting one there. But hopefully we can get the maps veto coming up soon. But just talking about the group stage in general, Akamask, have you seen any team that's really stuck out to you in particular?
I think there are kind of a lot of teams that I'm Just Some Chill Girls team is basically a lot of the old Nasser players from the last year playing together under Drazix. So yeah, also for me a really, really good mixed team. Yeah, some underdog teams, you already talked about NOVO and Galaga, but also Emus from the DACH region. Good team, great lineup, some players who were under the radar. But the lineup, the matchup I would be most excited for if it happens in the playoffs would be Zoran's Mint versus Alternate Attacks Ruby, because those two teams fought it out in the last lower bracket finals of Game Changers Contenders for a spot in the main event. So Zoran's should have some thoughts of revenge, right?
Yeah, there's just so many storylines that you can unfold, in particular with how many teams have actually come into this. And this isn't necessarily the first stage of this tournament. They've already had like that top 32 moment. So coming into this, there's been so many open qualifiers, so many teams posting on Twitter that they're putting together mixes or they're just entering for fun. But then also, like you said, you have those invited teams, Heroic Valkyries, Alternate Attacks, Focus Sakura. a lot of those realistically looking at the teams that are going to be going, or at least contending, especially between alternate attacks and focus, contending for the spot in Game Changers Split 1. And obviously Heroic Valkyries have been saved from being relegated, so them it's another chance to get back into the swing of things. Again, they've lost some of their players, they've lost JT as well, so for them I think this is a good learning curve before they do go back into the main split of GC next year. And there's just so many questions, and again looking at the T2 and some of the names that I don't necessarily recognize, and I'll admit there's a fair few, because when you're looking at the GC scene you don't necessarily get those eyes on the lower teams, and that's why I'm so happy about doing this tournament. We get to see those, and especially being able to cast some of them on the broadcast as well over the next couple of days.
Yeah, also like I think a lot of the scouts for the bigger teams will have an eye on this tournament, because it's the peak of what tier 2 looks like in Game Changers EMEA. Like not necessarily like the peak, not necessarily like the lower tier 1 players, but a lot of great tier 2 players who are also very seasoned in tier 2 sometimes. For example, if I look at Alien 8, there's Salty playing, who's like over 30 and one of the legends of the Dach scene. Not a lot of recognition, but always someone who played great Valorant. But maybe like, you know, seeing those older legends and also those insane young talented players, it's, you know, a nice breeding ground and a nice scouting ground for especially those talents, and, you know, just showing off for scouts of bigger teams maybe.
Well, talking about bigger teams and all this stuff, it doesn't really matter, right? We have a specific matchup that we want to look at, and we did touch on it previously. It's that NOVO Nightingale against Team Gallagher Kitsune. When we're talking about this matchup in particular, Akamas, do you favor one in what? Are you in favor of one specifically, or were you saying this is going to be a good, pretty close game coming out? Just touching on your thoughts there.
I think NOVO has the bigger names, right? NOVO should be the favorites going into this matchup. But I think Gallagher has some chances. They had a great showing in the Spanish T2 Cup that took place, right? Beating a team consisting of former or active Game Changers players is always a hard feat to pull off, especially if we're looking at the performances of Annie and Devalexa in the last split for Odd One Out. They were, you know, some of the better players in the tournament. And yeah, for me personally, I think just beating those brings you in a position where you should contend with other teams. And so you shouldn't underestimate Gallagher, but normally NOVO should have more of an advantage when it comes to experience on those stages.
Well, we've touched on that matchup in particular. Obviously, if you're not here to support those two teams and you're wanting to find some of the other teams that you want to follow through this tournament, there are plenty of POV streams or watch parties, and I'm pretty sure they've all been put on the dive_GG Twitter, so go over there if you want to check out a different team, but stick here if you want to look at NOVO and Team Gallagher, and hopefully we can get the map veto up so we can see what maps we're actually going to be seeing in this matchup, Akamas.
Yeah, I mean, we had a short look at it already, and I think, you know, taking out Pearl is kind of boring because I like casting Pearl, right? But in the end, this is fairly basic map veto, it feels like nowadays, especially with this Pearl and Abyss map pool. You normally don't see those maps too often because teams rather play it safe on those more fundamental-based maps, which Bind is one, Ascent is one, and Split also falls into a similar pedigree, right? You have more or less the better fundamental-based team winning this one, and the team with the deeper playbook having more options compared to like Pearl and Ascent, which can be a you know, tad random at some points, and teams with like the bigger surprise comps or the bigger surprise acts might be winning there.
What surprise compositions are you expecting on Ascent then, just out of these two teams? What are we expecting that's going to be like a massive surprise?
On Ascent, nothing. I hate this map. I just wanted, you know, just give me patch 10.0 and let Ascent leave the map pool. I don't like Fracture necessarily, but I'm just so happy that I don't have to cast Ascent next year. You can't imagine. But yeah, I think both of them will play it rather safe. I think Bind, you will probably see the deadlock a lot more compared to what we've seen before the Cypher nerfs. Will be an interesting one and then a character to put an eye on. And you know, for the other maps, just surprise me and give me a good show.
I think you touched on it there about the deadlock becoming a little bit more prominent than that Cypher after the nerfs. Along with looking at what we've just seen from Game Changer Championships teams, especially looking at Shopify Rebellion, the compositions that they're running on Ascent, you have a Yoru Deadlock, and it is more varying because of the nerfs that are coming through. And just talking about nerfs, completely unrelated, I'll be honest, but have you seen that they may be taking pings under the, like on the spike plant when it's smoked off that you can't actually ping the bomb? So that's going to be coming in next year, and I think that's going to be like a massive game changer, especially when you look looking at certain compositions as well. Like it could be favoring more of that heavy holds when you're looking at the attack. They want to go for that double sentinel, or also running the double controller when you're on that, like to favor when you're on the defense. You can get a lot more ninja diffusers going through. So that's going to be exciting coming into next year. But yeah, for right now, I'm expecting to see like Deadlock, like you said, it's one of the main sentinels at the moment. Vise, I think, is the one that we're not going to see, just because I feel like that was the most irrelevant agent that's come out recently, in the sense of you haven't seen it be overpowered right from the get-go. And I think teams are adapting to that pretty well, in the sense of the Cypher nivers haven't really affected that many people. There's obviously a lot more options. Same goes for Killjoy and Deadlock, and there's a lot of flexibility that you can work with, especially on Bind when you're talking about looking at the raise nades and the sit and nades combos that you can do, similar to what we saw with Fade and Raise when they first came out as well.
Yeah, also for me, what an agent that we should keep an eye on is Sage, right? Sage also got buffed in the last patch, and I think Sage and Deadlock are probably, on paper, if teams know how to play them, two of the better sentinels on this patch. Especially with Cypher being nerfed and kind of shifting a little off the meta. I don't think Cypher will be out of the meta. They're just an agent that's too good on certain maps to just not put into your team comp. But I think, like, in certain scenarios, we had some teams play Sage already, especially on Abyss and Sunset. These were prime Sage maps. Also, Split is a good Sage map. In the end, those are maps where I realistically see teams pivot off from the Cypher towards the Sage. But let's see. There are, like, I think what I really like about that those nerfs and buffs is that we get a more variety agent pool at this point. Yes, Neon is still broken, and yes, we still hate this agent. But you know, the map pool and the agent pool gets more variety at this point, and that's something I really enjoy watching. And we might get some more of a surprise team comp. And also with the nerfs of Cypher, Viper could also get back into the meta. That's also a call that I'm kind of making, because Viper is also an agent that got pushed out of the meta by, we just take one controller and a sentinel with Cypher. But with teams going back to the double controller after the Cypher nerfs, Viper can be back as well.
Yeah, we're not seeing Sage. I'm just gonna put that out there. If we see Sage on here, it's definitely gonna be more of a gamble, and especially when we're looking at Bind as that first map, you're expecting a double controller. And sure, if they're wanting to move away from the Cypher, they're going for that double controller with like a Brimstone and Astra along with that Viper. And then if they're going for the solo, you're expecting that Cypher to be brought along realistically. And if it's Sage, Akamas, then fair enough, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Not on Bind. I also don't think it will be a Sage on Bind, but maybe on, like...
I mean, we've seen Sages tend to be the go-to agent when you're looking at an easy agent to play on that map, in the sense of you can get that wall down, you can get the spike down, especially when you're going for those executes. But I don't think when we're talking about this level from these teams, that I hope that we don't see it. I say that. If they do bring it out, then I'll have to eat my own words. And if they prove that it works, then again, that's sort of like doubling down on it then. But you know, I don't think we'll see a Sage double sentinel with a double controller with the pseudo sentinel Viper, sure. Yeah. And then a Cypher, sure. But Sage, I don't know. You
know, to bring up some Dach stories. It was last year, Ella, who was playing in this matchup, had an insane Sage performance on Ascent versus alternate attacks, and basically buried their championship dreams on the third map by stomping them alone on this agent. So if I see a player realistically play Sage, Ella is a person to be looked at, but you know, like there are some options. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Teams have more options with the nerfs and buffs coming up. And
I mean, you can talk about that being one solo player popping off, and it doesn't matter what agent they're on. So let's actually have a look at what agents these players are going to be playing. Caster, start the game, please. I want to get into this map as soon as possible. Yeah, you can see what I was talking about. Novo going for that double controller with a lack of Sentinel, but you're using Mochi on the Viper as that pseudo one, and then Galaga Kitsune. They're going to be keeping that Cypher on board, but interestingly enough, they're running that double duelist with a Yoru.
Yeah, I really like the team comp from Galaga. Like this one seems for me personally really cool. I always like the Yoru on those maps. I always like the Yoru on Bind. Gives you a little bit more of an aggression potential, right? You have more of a fast side take potential compared to like those Sky team comps or those double controller team comps where you kind of tend to play a little slower. With the Yoru, you have those really explosive executes, Cypher on the lurk, so a lot of options in the end. And yeah, let's see how this one turns out. Like, I personally like the Euro team comp a tad more, but I think the other one is certainly safer with Viper and Brimstone.
I think it's a difference in playstyle that these players really want to be going through, because if you look at Novo, you have that slower sort of methodical default, but again, you have that opportunity for those side pops with the Gecko. But for the side of Galaga, you're looking at that and you're like, okay, this can be so aggressive. You have double flashes realistically, and Yoru is going to be an entry, an initiator, doing everything realistically for this team in that opportunity to be the entry and also the supportive for Kitty on the Raze, because Breach and Yoru, and looking kind of scary for those side executes, especially now that they're going to be beginning on the attacker side, Akmask.
Yeah, especially with them, you said, starting on the attacker side, you can expect them to maybe start a little bit of a snowball, make bind, turn bind into a tad more of an aggressor like attacker-sided map, and I for once am just interested in how this one will turn out. As I said, I kind of like the team comps for both of them, but in the end, this Euro comp just always something that I enjoy watching. But in the end, they're going to play a fast one onto side, just right over lamps. A lot of control for Galaga at this point.
Yeah, a lot of space found really nicely as well. They've just walked out all the way through short. They've dealt with the backstab realistically with the defenders taking over towards showers. That was the only weak point for them when they're looking at that site hold. So coming into this retake, they've already cleared 2 out flawlessly over towards showers. All crosses are going to be trained towards CT.
Yeah, but the pressure is always just into the front side. Now Ryota finding the kill. Steady Clear as well. Honor only able to trade 1 out onto the backside. Steady Clear closes out the round, and this one is nearly flawless for Team Galaga Kitsune. Nice lead for them, but I think like Novo gave them way too much space on the start of the round. A lot of pressure just towards the showers, trying to sort of get this pinch play going onto a retake, but it absolutely backfired in the end for them. And so it's the lead for Team Galaga Kitsune, who, again, trying to fight onto that A side, only having the Cypher on the lurk.
And you're just talking about that previous round, they found realistically the only gap that Novo left. You had 2 players over towards B, 3 over towards B, and 2 taking that aggressive shower stance. As soon as the hit came through on short, they had to press further. No rate takes came in, so they got isolated, and it was really well played from Galaga being able to cut off that sort of way back in for the side of Novo. If they were able to flood out CT, get Heaven, and be able to hold on to that showers position, that then puts the pressure on Team Galaga in the post plan. And we saw how it went when they were able to get the showers and just fought all men facing over towards CT. And now this one is sort of the opposite. It's everyone over towards this B site.
And a lot of speed already from Kitty, trying to push into the elbow, but Mochi finds the first track. Standing Clear only able to trade it out. Ryota down, and also Exa finding another trade. A lot of weapons down. This round is going to get expensive really fast. Sandiclair with another frag. 3 living members on Galaga Kitsune, so 1 weapon down for the bonus round. It started to get expensive for them real quick, but then they got it together. And especially Sandiclair on that Cypher starting to pop off right now.
So it's good to get your more supportive lurker players getting the kills early on, gives them some confidence as well going through. I'm looking at this buy. I wouldn't necessarily, this is the worst one for the side of Galaga going into this. You have 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, sure, a Ghost onto the Breach, but realistically you're not looking at them to be the tide turner in this, at least not early on. The group up over towards B long, stun comes through, it's just scaling up, going through the paces to gap as quick as possible, expending as little utility as well.
And the mosh pit should stop a little bit of that onslaught, and Exa finding the frag already onto Kitty. The main duelist down, Ryota. A nice trade for her. Mochi in a too aggressive positioning, but Novo is already completely rotated over to that B side. Now needs to rush back onto A. Finding a hold from CT. Yeah, a little bit more cautious this time.
Yeah, they're taking too long to get out onto site. Yeah, they're taking too long to get out onto site Akamas. So now the rotates have come through, and especially with the trip being broken on the back lines, that's going to be warning signals for Sandiclair wanting to clear this out. Are they going to expect the full wraparound from Sal going? There's going to be a backstab position. Sandiclair is considering it, but it really does depend on time, and especially now looking at the site, we're talking about the over rotations from Novo, and it's playing into their favor now. It's back and forth. Now everyone's on A.
Yeah, Suzette getting pushed off by the breach, but finds the frag. Nice timing from her. They did not expect her in lamps. Mimi as well with another one. Paddy can trade this one out, but now there are only 2 players in the lamps area. They can't really hold that defuse if they decide to start it. Honor finds the last frag onto the backside. Paddy's wrap around too slow. And with that, Novo finding the 3rd round against a strong bonus round for Galaga Kitsune. Only losing 2 players against those 2 Bulldogs and 2 Vandals.
The thing is, losing a couple of players, it's going to keep Novo's economy in check. Obviously, you can see there's going to be enough players going to be dropping for each other. And for a 3rd round, you're coming into that with realistically 1 investment that you couldn't bring over from the previous. Everyone's going to be able to reinvest into this one, but it's also the damage that you can do for the side of Novo. Win this one, and then you're looking at a possibility to string a couple of rounds together. But for the side of Novo, an opportunity to equalize. Dimensional Drift is going to clear out so much for the side of Galaga. Everything onto site, onto Hooker, onto Garden is going to be clear. Ryota doesn't even shy away from popping out of the ultimate right into elbow and pushing the issue.
Yeah, a lot of pressure and a lot of space taken by Ryota. Finds Mochi on the trade. Entry belongs to the Viper, but the kill to the Euro, and the pressure as well. So much space taken onto elbow. But a nice shot from Xa. Lil Hustle. One, and this time with a trade coming through. It's even members, but Honor finds the kill, finds the right timing. Lilas, it trades back and forth. But only 2 HP on the clock isn't quite enough. Paddy into Hookah, finds the round for Galaga Kitsune. The stand-in for Ella with 2 quick kills. The Hookah hold works perfectly, and Galaga's up 2 rounds.
And look at the money issue now for Novo. You can see, sure, some players are going to be able to get a hero rifle or able to force up into like a Guardian, be able to give themselves a little bit more oomph into this round, but it's specifically that round 3, how costly it was for the side of Novo. Galaga are going to be walking away from that, smiling the fact that 1, they're already up 2 rounds, but realistically, they should be able to convert this into a 4, keeping this as clean as possible as well, because their economy situation isn't the best either. Honor wanting to try and hold on to showers as long as possible, and look at this shower crunch.
Shower crunch doesn't really work out because Kitty already with the double kill. Showstopper gets the 3rd one, number 4, no ace. Denied was the set. But 4 frags from Kitty onto that safe round. Basically putting all of the chips onto the side of Galaga Kitsune. Only onto their race to find at least some damage onto Novo, onto Galaga's economy. Novo falling down to a 3-round deficit early on onto the first map, which is, yeah, I mean, the map pick of their opponents, but still not the best of situations. So Zed should have been hurt by Galaga's Euro, and with that, only a push into elbow, 2 waiting guns for her.
And realistically, you're looking at Novo to try and save this weapon, but Zed might not even get that chance. Like you said, they're aware of the positioning, aware they're going to be locked in towards CT. Gets one and wants to satchel in for the next. Galaga putting up 4. And Novo not going to have the best money going into this. Like you can see, half armor on a fair few of the players. Worried about the util situation, if there's any sort of liberties being taken by them and like sort of sacrifices to get a stronger weapon out, especially when you're looking at Mimi, the one player that you're looking at to have those snipes to get the molly as well. I don't think it should be any sort of problem, but a problem for Galaga might be the ultimates are about to come online for Novo. 3 already, and a Viper and a Brimstone one close enough, and straight off the bat, you have a Thrash being invested. Look how aggressive both of these lanes are being.
Mochi finds the opening, finds the window at the timing. There was one fast Thrash running onto the sides of Galaga. They have Ryotas. They're covered. She already finds a frag onto Mimi. No smokes available for possible post-plan scenarios of Galaga. They find a Cypher and they will push her. Another frag into the hands of Suzette. Makes a double. And big trouble for Galaga at this point. Kitty already in heaven. Good positioning. They try to fight into CT to get some more space on that map. To explore a bit more, to stretch out their wings. It's not the easiest of all fights, especially when there's Honor waiting for the push.
The retake, Kitty left with 3 players to deal with. Honor not even peeking, so an opportunity to isolate 1v1s, especially now both of these players are split. Gets the first, gets the second, and now it's the backstab. The rotate in from Honor, 70 HP. No time realistically to deal with it. Concedes a 5th, and what a way to do it. Kitty, basically a 1v4 realistically in that situation, does go down to the spike, so that's a saving grace for Novo, but you're looking at that, that was a great round for them. Sure, it started off unconventionally with a double ultimate aggressive push down from outside of Hooker, down from short, even all the way into this spawn, and you let the spike go down, fine, but you're in a 3v1 retake situation, and you just get picked off 1 by 1, and then no time left for Honor to do anything. Forced to tuck tail and run.
Like, my biggest problem with this is that Novo's synergy seems so off at this. Right? They don't really play for each other. And they just let Kitty isolate them 1 by 1. Just seems like something off with the synergy. Galaga already had 4 rounds against probably the more, well-known team of the side. A lot of names onto Novo. Fairly known, fairly experienced in the tier 2 scene. And so Galaga finds the lead, but at least Novo with an opener at this point.
And information as well for Zart over towards Long off the back of a flash, but
who's next?
Gets isolated. Another dimensional drift for the side of Team Galaga. They're going to be spotting out this player over towards Hooker. The pings are going to come through. The stun misses.
Mochi! And off of the stun miss, Mochi gets the kill, finds the Euro. Side hold is good from Novo up until now. Sandy Claire finds the set. Them a tad closer, Lil Huss.
Out of charges.
Currently not able to plant a spike. They have to wait for Mochi to make something more aggressive to relieve the pressure off from Hookah. Finds not another frag, goes in alone, but Mimi, double kill to save the round, to save the day for Novo Esports. A 6th round denied for Team Galaga Kitsune. Novo 2, 5 for Galaga, 3 rounds deficit. Still, but, you know, a tad closer for the Italian team.
Yeah, you're definitely looking over towards that engagement towards Hooker, right? The first one, you're going to be walking away from that like, oh, Team Galaga, yeah, we're doing great. We've just been able to pick off one of the main site anchors over towards B, picking off this Gecko with their utility out. We've been able to then utilize our dimensional drift. We've cleared out site, then clearing out Hooker, spots the player. The stun from Lil Has misses. So then when Ryota comes out, Mochi just is able to instantly put down that Yoru. And then again, it's sort of that crunch onto site. You have Hooker to contend with, as well as the players from backside.
And it's already so much early pressure again from Team Galaga into showers. They try to force their way into this one, but Mochi, half of the pressure that the orbital strike provides, she gets the kill with their molly from across the map towards the teleport. Xa in the teleport as well. They should have heard her teleporting. Down there, but Ryota still trying to make that shower play work. On the other side, Lil Has
This engagement log is so important, right? Between Viper and Cypher. If the Viper of Nova, if Mochi is able to win this out, then it's going to be good for her. And a whiff from Sandy Clee allows it. So now the focus can be forward. Admittedly, it falls to the breach. But this also means there's a lot more space for the side of Novo to work with on this flood back in. Although a Rolling Thunder can be a little bit of an issue. Half not stuck, but straight back onto the spike. That's not going to hit.
It's not hitting, and also the spam not quite connecting with the players of Novo. Spikes defused, Honor gets another kill. They don't really know where Ryota is. And also everyone on Galaga dead. Novo winning that round off of better playing their retake situation. There was a weird post planned, especially after the breach ultimate investment from Galaga, not really willing to commit onto their options there.
But yeah, definitely looking at the engagements Mochi was taking over towards long. Should Mochi fall there without even taking care of Sandy Clay, you can look at that as a way in for Galaga, but unfortunately it was the complete opposite because only one player long forces the rest of the Galaga players to retake that garden position to deal with Mochi in that one, and then they're off position for the flood retake from Novo. We're off to a good start.
And Novo slowly but surely clawing their way back into the game. 2 rounds in a row were important. The first shot onto that Sheriff. By the Euro, important. At least one opening there for Ryota. They're waiting patiently from Gardens. Both flashes available, but Mochi ready to anchor that side. Ready to hold it down. For Novo if necessary. Viper's wall going up. And now they are trying to execute onto the smoke. Euro TV spotted. Mochi finds this one as well. One player advantage for them right now, for the Italian team. Teddy trying to plant this one. Xa maybe able to find some timing here. Once the smoke fades, both of them peeking around. Xa finds Paddy, but also Sandy Claire with another refrag, but now she has to rely on Kitty and misses both of her shots. The third one also next to the player, Mimi.
I don't think Mimi even knew.
Magic.
I don't think Mimi even knew where those shots were coming from. You can see just spinning around on the spot. Timeout coming in for the side of Team Galaga. But yeah, you can see there was definitely a way back into it, a nice wrap around. But also you're looking at that, they came into that with Sheriffs. That wasn't their full investment. They tried a little bit more of a flashy play with getting Ryota, getting TP onto default into site, trying to catch some of the defenders off guard. But from the side of Novo, very well handled, right? You're talking about I think it was, I want to say Suzette, especially over towards that cubby position when that spike was going down, not taking liberties, not peeking out of it, waiting for the rotates to come in through for the rest of the teammates. Because realistically, you could be seeing like a peek through that smoke, guarantee one stop the spike plant. But rather, they let the spike go down, go into that post plant, and aware that they have the advantage of weaponry, but also the numbers in particular. Just going through the paces like that, and definitely well played for Novo. They're not letting an eco round get away from them, and Team Gallagher, looking at that, they got the spike down, they got a kill, and coming into this one, this is going to be the real test if they can get back into this half, especially since there's only 3 rounds left. A lack of economy built up for them, and one that's starting to see the return on investment for the side of Novo.
Yeah, you know, I also like the discipline that Novo showed there that you were talking about. Playing out of those smokes gives you a lot of insecurity because so much is obscured in those situations. So having this discipline to just wait out the smokes, to know we have time, we have numbers. Good stuff from Novo. A third dimensional drift coming here from Ryota. That's the opening as well. Nice done. By the reach, the support was there. So Set might be able to find a showstopper in the backside of Ryota. Aggressive push into the smoke. In the battle of the duelists, she's the one. Keeps on winning here, Mochi. Heard from the teleport, and she also unable to find another kill. Novo is getting picked apart after the timeout. And with that, probably only able to save some weaponry. They have some ultimates for the next round. But shouldn't give over too much of an ultimate and weapon advantage.
I really did like the execute coming in from Gallagher, right? You utilize the ultimate to get backside, to pop out, get a kill. But also, I don't know if you noticed as well, it was the orbital strike over towards Spore. It was not the default where you're looking at doing towards backside or lamps or like towards showers, trying to be more close to be able to scale up after it. But because of so much information Ryota was able to gain, that ultimate went over towards Spawn. So when Ryota did eventually come out of that ultimate, it was only one player that they had to contend with because everyone else was cut off with that ultimate, because you're not going to run through a Brim ultimate. And then you saw the layering of that then when the smokes went super deep, Ryota could just play in that with a shorty and really bring the fight to the side of Novo and not give them a single chance coming in for that retake then, because CT's been cut off, Heaven's been held, showers have been pushed, and there's no sort of real estate for Novo to work with to try and leverage back into the site.
Fake teleport.
Yeah, and afterwards it's just kind of easy money for Ryota to find that first strike in the backside. You have to breach stuns onto the ultimate, which are great with Ryota through that smoke. Mochi not patient enough, starts spraying, but doesn't kind of find a kill. Gets sprayed down as well. Kitty also on site. A lot of space has been taken. The Cypher ultimate. That's why it's still a great tool, Kitty. Wanna fight into the elbow. Showstopper has been committed. Xa has been seen. Xa is dead. And once again, Team Gallagher Kitsune finds the lead for themselves. So Set just dry strings out of the smoke, and we're back to a position where you realistically are only able to save your weapon.
Yeah, and you're looking at Team Gallagher, it's not as if they're going for some incredible post plan or they're playing super passive. They have 2 players stood on top of site. Right? They just have 2 players stood in the middle of the open, sort of going for this power of friendship sort of play. Gonna possibly not be able to hold this weapon over. No, gets dealt with. And nice hunt from the side of Gallagher. Knowing that the economy of Novo is going to be in question, especially if you're looking at Xa. They push down onto that spec. That could have been a weapon dropped over if we saw Honor be able to carry it into this one. But yeah, timeout coming in for Novo. Aware that a 5-7 compared to a 4-8 is a big difference, especially when you're talking about going onto the defensive half for the side of Gallagher.
Yeah, and with their comp, they should realistically have some struggles on the defense as well, right? I mean, you have the Cypher, which is always an insane defensive tool, and you always have the option to just fight a lot of areas and a lot of spaces, especially with the double duelist combination. But realistically, you should struggle more on the defensive end than compared to the offensive end when it comes to those double duelist compositions. Even though Yoru, in a lot of comps, just plays like a second initiator. But with Breach, with Yoru, you are realistically just want to play either retakes or just take a lot of space in certain areas. So, yeah, I give you... You know, you're really, really right there. You kind of need point number 5 for Novo Esports, which would be really beneficial going into that defense, their own attacking half, especially with those clear-cut defaults that we have talked about earlier.
And I think you kind of touched on it about the Yoru on that defensive half, but it's about the fast rotates as well. So they're able to stack heavy over to one site, take an aggressive position, they can aggressively take showers, and then have a Yoru TP all the way over back to B. So there's that sort of adaptability and flexibility in the defensive setup as well that you get with the Yoru coming in. And like you said, acting as that second initiator with the flashes, just sort of util annoyance for some of these attackers when they're trying to come in. But this time they're still on the attack, or at least they're attacking Gambit. You have the Breach ultimate online, you have the Showstopper for Novo. The Raze is nowhere near. Oh no, it's not actually hit by this, so no opportunity to utilize a kill off of it, but a lot of space gathered from Gallagher now. And look, they're pushing into backside. Ruth has just gone through the smoke, and she's just picked up too.
And the opener from Ryota is absolutely insane. So Set doesn't get off the ultimate. Paddy dare to just shoot her out of the air. Kills have been dropped. It's only down to 2 players for Novo. And it seems so very close and realistic that Gallagher Kitsune just finds round number 8. It's only on the shoulders of Mochi, but it's a flawless one to close out the first half. They are really pressuring on defending their map pick here on the first half. But now let's see how good their defensive setups are, how good their rotations are, and especially for me, the biggest point of all of this is how good are their retakes.
This goes here.
Definitely going to be a question. 4-8. They can be in the driver's seat, at least for now. An opportunity to close the gap with a pistol for the side of Novo. Looking like they're going to be wanting to start over towards A. Have a couple of Cypher trips, a Cypher cans. This setup's going to be difficult to get through, especially with how they're posturing up over towards showers, looking like they want to take that space, similar to what we saw Novo do on their defensive pistol. They lose the sight, fine, but they take showers, so that gives them that pincher back into sight. And a crossfire with the CT players on a... Already down to 3, just with the nades.
Trades coming through. Xa needs a little bit of time to get this one, but in the end, clears it out. Novo in the driver's seat. One player up, they are all porting towards B. They heard the teleports. Gallagher just... You know, repeating the actions of their opponents. Now, for me, it comes down to how good are their retakes. Especially in an undermanned unit. Xa! Down under the drop with the shorty. Just without compromise. Sprinting onto the opponents. And with that, Novo, an important pistol round 1 to push their map onto their hands.
You can see the ideas from Gallagher coming through, especially over towards that showers position. Unfortunately, it did give Novo a free pass to TP back over onto B, but it was more of that shower crunch, right? You had the Cypher obviously playing over towards site, the double push from the Raze and the Breach towards showers at the first off, and then you have the double TP coming through. But that's so much information and so many bodies you're committing to that. It does allow Novo then to utilize, well, the key feature of TPing, say, okay, we kind of don't want to go A anymore. Like, B looks great. And being able to TP over, play the crossfire as well as the jump outside of Hookah. Obviously, Gallagher aren't going to have the best weapons coming into this, wanting to take like an aggressive peek, trying to catch some of the attackers off guard. Doesn't necessarily work out. Novo's got their head on a swivel. And now it's just the question of how well they handle the rest of these pistols, because Gallagher were decently gooder on that attacking side when they were going up against Sheriffs, when going up Stingers, that sort of force by or half by economy level of Novo. So this is just a sort of an opposite of that test. This time it's Novo on the attack, and it's Gallagher with the pistols.
A lot of information already. for the setup. Galaga, I like the camera setup on still onto A. So knowing that there is nothing short, it's a set. Aggressive push onto the side, but needs to check if there is someone in tube. Paddy finds the kill, but gets straight by Mimi. Brimstone still in under. The right click finds about a triple kill of Mimi. Currently enough to at least bring NOVO in front. But it's gonna be an expensive round already for them. Galaga going onto side, both flashing players still available for them. Mochi over towards Hookah. Successful with her frag. Mimi, does she still have a molly? Molly thrown out, and Mochi second swing, second kill. NOVO 2 rounds only behind. They can pick up a weapon, and you know, should be a fairly good bonus round here for them with 3 bulldogs and that phantom coming through.
You can see what I mean though when you're looking at when that first sight hit comes through in the chaos of the smokes. Paddy able to walk away with 2 from classic kills is just not what necessarily you want to be seeing from, at least from this perspective of NOVO, but as soon as sight was gained, as soon as the chaos turned to calm, post-plan's position gained. There's nothing else for Galaga to do other than walk into the crosses of Mochi, it seems. Satchel's over. A lot of information, a little bit of attacks, but how is the kill going in favor of Suset? Gets 1, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Paddy finally puts her down. And look at this, they're going to TP. But Yoru is still close by. This is important.
And Cypher setup. They're just running into that Cypher setup. Cage is up. But the movement goes back towards A for NOVO. Kind of playing ring around the rosies with their opponents. But Galaga stays calm and collected. They don't want to over-rotate into that A side. Knowing that there is still the Cypher setup, that they still have the Yoru there. And now they're kind of aware of what's happening. Yoru taking a lot of space there at Gardens at long. Lucas should be fairly checked by the camera.
Right? Yeah, but this is something they can work with, Akamas. They've got the information that there's no one out on B because, well, there's trips, there's camera. And then on top of that, you also have the Yoru that's been able to push down long and has seen nothing. So the only question mark realistically is inside, like really deep inside Hookah or over towards A. And that's why they've been able to stack 2 players over here. A little bit of utility as well being popped off by NOVO. It's definitely going to be some of those warning signals. But you see, there's 2 options for them. They don't have any information towards Jaw, any information towards Showers, so opportunities to take liberties, but a lot of information is going to be gained by this ultimate as well. Is it going to be capitalized off? It is for the first, goes for the second as well, and that's so much information now. 2 players left for Galaga and 1 for NOVO. Has to go above and beyond. It's not planted for her.
Turns away from the flash. But Spike should be halved at least. Now they know where she is. Tries to spam through that box, but doesn't get the kill. Just now. Clears up Galaga, but the round is lost. NOVO back to the 3-round deficit. Mochi with some heroics coming here. It was an expensive one for Galaga. I don't think that they are able to nearly full buy again. So NOVO should be okay with this one. But losing here onto that bonus that looked so great. I don't really know if that was necessary. But great play by Mochi once again.
Time to work.
Kills for no rounds. Galaga. Some players without armor, some players half armor and bulldog. It's not the best buy coming in, but you're really lulled into the sense of like, we have to buy, we won the previous. Sure, we lost everyone. Opportunity to at least get something out in this round. A nice setup actually over towards Garden here. You have the Yoru taking the first contact, Brim being able to hold the jump down from Hookah with that sort of trap play from the breach towards Spawn, can swing off the contact or stun, or there's so many things that they can do with the utility over towards B, but the only issue is the spike doesn't necessarily look like it's going there. A lot of information. It should be gunfight going in. I don't know if Kitty saw Mochi here on the angle. Possibly.
Don't think so.
Here.
Like, it would be a fairly aggressive one.
Yeah, so then that kill, that's so much showers position, so much showers info, and then if Sandy Clear can at least get one or hold on to this position in shower into lamps, there's so much real estate for them to work with. Even the stun coming through, but it's a headshot straight to the skull of Sandy Clear.
Sandy Clear down. It's just some cosmetics on that breach stun. Spike Pledge should go through, but with the aftershock, there's a lot of damage in play. Lil House finds the kill on Suxade. Really wanted to get that spike down. I mean, in the end, they got it, but at what cost? In the end, it's just Honor. The only one alive in a 1v4 situation. Might be able to kill the diffuser, but the spike's halved. A lot of information for her, but no damage has been done. Spike is halved. They can just stick this one. Ryota in the end. The person who finds the kill, and Gallagher on their last resources. Finds the kill, finds the kills, finds the round, and everything starts with the kill of Kitty onto Mochi right before showers.
And it was a clean round as well, keeping 3 alive. Like I said, with the economy that they're coming with, it's a little bit dodgy. Novo obviously going to be getting that loss bonus, cash injection, so they're going to be able to buy up again. Honor debating what weapon to come into this with, but like you said, it came off that first initial kill from Kitty, but it was also about the push that went through, because I'm pretty sure that Kitty spotted a shoulder, and that's what called for the push up and isolation of that 1v1 in the corner, and a crunch onto site. Questionable dedication to the plant from Novo. They couldn't get it done with the Gecko utility, so they send the Gecko to do it instead.
Lil Has holding that showers angle to set. At least able to trade this one. Ryota also known. Kitty from the side. A lot of chaos onto the ranks of Novo. Not really structured, and in the end, it's Kitty. Kitty is the one who's taking use of this one. The spike has been planted. Mochi. Another kill onto her books. Kitty already known. Steps onto the fuse. Not really able to stick this one to through. Sandy Clear gets a double kill, and in the end, Rolf number 11 secured. Gallagher Kitsune just spreading chaos everywhere they're going. And finding success and beating the Italian lineup up until now.
Yeah, if you look at the last couple of rounds, it's only a pistol conversion Novo have been able to get in this half. Ever since then, sure, they get the spike down, but the retake from Gallagher have been strong. And I really do think it's because of the positioning that we're coming in with, and especially when they come out for those A site hits, you have the showers control. You're giving up short, sure, but you're holding over towards lamps, you're holding showers, which then means when players come in from CT, they don't necessarily have to worry about those deep positions that we saw Ryota take when they were on the attack, and they pushed through smokes and they just sat basically underneath heaven holding CT. So there was no realistically easy way back in for the side of Nova, because they'd be fighting right on their doorsteps, and that's something that Gallagher have been really suppressing from them. They haven't been able to take backside. They barely able to get the spike down half the time. You can see in the last couple, Zaz either been putting that Gecko utility out, and that gets destroyed with the barrage of utility that Team Gallagher are working with, whether it's the nades from Kitty, the aftershock from Lil Has, or from 5 Paddy, you have the mollies as well. So there's so much utility to stop it. And then that means that press for time forces the Gecko to give up their life just to get the spike down. And then, well, that's all that she wrote there, because the just retakes are just too strong, too many people, too much utility as well for Novo to contend with, even when they have those deep post-plant positions.
For me, it's also like a weird commitment to planting the spike, right? You don't really need to go this fast onto a lot of rounds, but Novo seems extremely committed onto doing this, onto being fast onto site, to plant the spike early into the rounds. Ryota gets Mochi onto the lurk setup, also Sandy Clear just running into the stack of Gallagher Kitsune, spraying them down. Long has been cleared, also the lurk has been found. Novo, no angles to open this one up. And with that, Gallagher 1 round away from already winning map number 1 here in the Wingwoman tournament.
It's just a perfect time for a switch up, right, for the side of Gallagher. They've been playing pretty slow, sure, taking some space over towards showers with a deep peek in from the Rays, or whether you're looking at the trap plays that they can run over towards B. But in this round, they've decided, you know what, we're on 11, we can take another peek. Heavy commitment, and it works out just fine for them. 12 on the board, 12-6. admittedly, it is their map pick, and this is a best of 3. So for any of those supporting Novo, don't count them out just yet. But it's looking like a dire situation. Gallagher, 1 round away from putting their foot up in the series.
Yeah, and for me, like, I think Novo, they are playing their team comp a tad too fast for my liking, right? I know that Bind is an execute heavy map. I know, like, we all know that, but it feels like you can play much slower and much more controlled defaults with their team comp, especially if you're considering that they're placing the lurk setup for the Viper basically every round, but doesn't really utilize or play around that. The only round they tried to do that, they were just, you know, Euro in the sort of one and done angle for her. I mean, it's Euro pops out and is gone, right? But I think Novo is just overplaying their hand with speed at this point, and it's just too fast on what they are trying to do. First contact found by Paddy now.
30 seconds left.
Needs to get off the garden's position to set. Has a regen shield ready to just recover all a tad of the damage. Fast execute on this one. Sandy Claire killed by Mimi, but Paddy also finds the double kill. The constellation done. Spike has been planted later into the round. Ryota there on the ultimate. No awareness for her here. So sad, pushing into the backside. The Viper split online as well. No one near the Spike to defuse it.
A lot of space to clear out, especially with this Viper, but Ryota
OG?
just is the side backstab into that and is able to just clean out these kills. I was going to talk about the fact that Novo are playing this sort of 1 by 1, and again, Gallagher, similar situation. You have that Rolling Thunder going out, you have player taking their wands, but it works out for them, and you can look at that and be like, oh great, these individuals are popping off, it's going great. But it's more of the team cohesion I think I'm missing a little bit from the side of Novo, because some of these players are getting left out on an island.
Yeah, it also feels like for me, not only, like, as you pointed out, some of those players left out on an island, it feels like they not necessarily have the synergy clicking for them, right? It feels like they're a tad disconnected in a lot of ways and a lot of points. And also for me, like, you play such a default heavy comp. Like with the double controller, with the Viper setup, you have a comp that really likes playing their defaults and baiting out enemy utility at certain points. I don't really like their fast approach on the attack, especially. And that's something that kind of has to change for their Bind. Yeah, you already said it, it's a map pick of the opponents, but like Bind is kind of a map where your fundamentals come to play, where you kind of need to play around fundamental-based Valorant. And yeah, doesn't really work out for Novo on map number 1, but maybe Ascent is better for them.
I mean, you're talking about the different paces that Novo could come out for that attacking half. Well, we did see it. You saw the heavy executes, we saw the long drawn out defaults, and then going into the executes late round, and especially in the penultimate round, it just felt flat because of so many different things. And the ultimate dump came in from Gallagher, and like you said, it is their map pick, so give them the benefit of the doubt when we're going into Ascent. But yeah, there's definitely a few things I want to see a little bit better, and especially since what I've seen from Novo previously in the group games leading up to this tournament, because this was a team that I was looking for to not necessarily win it, especially when we're looking at some of the other teams in this tournament, but definitely make it a deep run and really put up a fight when we're looking at some of the strongest teams like Alternate Attacks, like Focus, and all of those sort of household names. And it definitely does come down to the first buzz, I'll be honest. There was like 6 on Ryota and definitely doing their job on that Yoru. So real thorn in the side, and hopefully, like you said, on Ascent, it's not going to be a similar story, because when we're looking at 13-6, that's pretty dominant.
Yeah, that's pretty. They just kind of ran over them, and like I don't really like what we're seeing them synergy-wise. You already talked it. It came down to the first bloods. Ryota played a great map for me. Like the Euro worked out perfectly for them. Especially like Euro plus Breach on those ultimates. Like she had 3 Euro ultimates on the first half, which is a sentiment of its own. Like Dimensional Drift is not the cheapest of all ultimates, and like I'm not really convinced of. Maybe it's their Bind. I hope that the other map, the map pool is a tad bigger and a tad deeper, so they can maybe think about banning Bind onto the next map if that's the problem. But like for me, we will see which is the better team in the end, like all fundamental based on Ascent, because if it looks like this on the second map, Novo has a big problem, which I don't really think. I think their Ascent should be better.
And just having a look at the scoreboard, you can see that I was talking about the First Bloods being an issue. Obviously, Kitty not too far behind with 3, but you have to point out Ryota with 6. And on the Yoru as well, like you said, you had so many impactful rounds with the ultimate, and especially being able to layer that up with the rest of the team. So from the side of Galaga, I think there were so many good ideas coming into that, especially with the use of ultimates and how they're able to specifically utilize Ryota along with Kitty and that side-by-side duelist attack, both on the attacking and defensive side. For the side of Novo, they just got completely shut out coming into the second half. Only able to get 2 rounds on the board, and realistically that was a pistol and a follow-up.
Yeah, and the follow-up was kind of close on its own at some points, when you have like Paddy just being in tube, getting a double kill, like stuff that shouldn't realistically happen to you. Like, yeah, you have those pop-off rounds from certain players, but yeah, it all comes down for me, as you said, to creativity. The use of the Euro ultimate in together with the breach just really seems natural for me for that team. 6 First Bloods is absolutely insane on a 13 and 6 map, to be pretty honest.
Yeah, and it's also just not even about that. So, like, the fact that she's gone 22 and 13.
Yeah.
I think that's like the answer's in the stats, and it's not even just the fact that they would have to deal with Ryota when they're coming onto the attacks and the defensive, that you have another 4 players that are really hitting, not a single player lower than 10 kills. And sure, the only player you can talk about being negative was Paddy, but that's only -1, and then she's got 13 assists to boot as well along with it, doing the job of the stat more sentinel of the Brimstone, being that anchor player. So for me, for the side of Galaga, have been really hitting the nail on the head about what they were wanting to come into this. It looked like every single game plan that they wanted worked, and going into the next, obviously it's Ascend. This is going to be Novo's map pick, so there's definitely silver lining for any of those Italian fans wanting to see that team make it through this best of 3.
And we will see Ascent in a few minutes. We will have a really short break for you. Stay there, stay in the chat, or watch the other games that are right now running onto the different co-streams. Other than that, have a good one. See you in a minute. And with that, welcome back to the Wingwoman series. My name is Akamask, and the Great Winter is still with me. We're going into the second game of Galaga Kitsune versus Novo Esports, and it kind of was a stomp coming off from Galaga Kitsune, which is a tad unexpected if you're looking at the seeding.
I mean, I've come into this with absolutely no prejudice at all because I just want to be surprised by some of these teams. Like, obviously I saw some of them with those POV streams before we got into the official broadcast days, and yeah, there's definitely highlights of things that I really am liking from both of these teams realistically. Obviously the first one was a little bit of a whitewash in favor of Galaga, but you saw highlight rounds from all of the players from the side of Novo. Mochi had some really good rounds, especially on that defensive half, but unfortunately they weren't able to get that ball rolling per se and get those rounds on the board, because we even saw Mochi being able to close out all the kills, but the defuse came in just too soon. So it's not as if like we're worrying about the firepower for the side of Novo or the utility or anything like that. It's more of being able to bring everything together at the same time, and I think that's something that both of these teams have lacked in certain moments of being able to, well, have the perfect Valorant, because nobody's going to have the perfect Valorant every single round. And I think that's the main thing of how well they're able to capitalize on each other's mistakes. And coming into this as well, into Ascent, this is Novo's map pick, so there's an opportunity for them to be able to take this one and push it to the third. But at the moment, there's going to be a need, there's a need for a switch up coming into this one.
Yeah, also there's kind of a need of work for synergy, right? Novo plays together in that constellation ever since before the Spotlight Series EMEA, if I remember correctly. So they're scrimming for a longer time now, and it feels a little bit meh for them to be on that level of synergy currently, because I feel like that was kind of the problem coming into this first game. You said it, the firepower really wasn't the biggest of an issue, but Galaga was able to get so much chaos onto the ranks of Novo, and I don't really know if it's a synergy problem for Novo or if Galaga is just really good at overall spreading chaos through the ranks of their opponents. Yes, it was their map pick on the first one. Bind is always a map that people kind of pick with, you know, we have a clear game plan and clear idea of how we want to play this one, compared to Ascent, where it's more like a default pick for some teams. But still, like, I want to see some synergy and utility improvements from the side of Novo.
I think Ascent, like you said, it's the map that's been around since the dawn of time, it feels. Like, all the way back to the caveman days, we had the map of Ascent in Valorant. But thankfully, it is getting taken out in the next one. But at the moment, it is going to be the second map in this series. And looking at the compositions that we're expecting, I'm expecting to see the Cypher or the Killjoy being used again. And especially when you're looking at some of the VCT top level GCC teams, you're looking at it as like some of these teams have actually come out with like a little bit more of an interesting composition. Obviously, you're looking at the Shopify Rebellions, you have the Deadlock and the Yoru, which is a nice adaptation, and especially with the way they're actually able to utilize that, both on the attacking and defensive side, with like a double Sentinel realistically lineup. And then you also have the teams like G2 that run a little bit more default. You run the Jet, you run the Sova. And so there's definitely opportunities for variation coming into this one. I just don't know if we're going to see it.
I think especially in a tournament which takes place in the off-season with a lot of mixed teams, if people are gonna pick Ascent, it will be Gold Comp, right? It will be our old and frosty Sova, Jet, Killjoy, Omen, and KO. Yeah, I don't know what my brain was thinking there, but it will be our frosty old goat composition. And that kind of makes sense because teams don't really have the time to implement like some weird strategies into their scrims, because most of them not really scrimmed a lot together before the tournament. And I think, yeah, a lot of teams will kind of go back to those default compositions, but maybe we see something spicy. I'm a really big fan of the Cypher Deadlock composition, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, hopefully we can get into agent select as soon as possible so we can actually see what these agents are going to be coming through. Are we going to see a Shopify Rebellion comp, the Yoru, a double Sentinel? Are we going to see your God comp of just plain old basic? And well, we've got both. So I think I'm happy with Novos and you're happy with Gallagher's. So we're going to have a bit of best of both worlds.
Gallagher is a breach.
Oh, true.
That's
But
different.
Still, it's not that much of a difference,
Yeah.
right? It's the same. It's not as if you're sacrificing your flashes and you're going for like a Sova fade. You still have the flashes coming through onto that breach. So if you're looking at the side of Galaga, you can expect a lot of aggressive A main takes, especially with the flashes and the stuns. But then also for the side of Novo, there's a lot of stopping power there, especially with the double sentinel. Mochi and Zai are going to be the ones to look out for here. And then you're not necessarily losing anything in the sense of being able to bring those double sentinels, and also that Sova, you're not losing out on the flashes because then you have the Yoru to back it up.
Yeah, like for me personally, the top one is probably currently the best team comp on this end. And especially with KO missing from the lineup of Galaga Kitsune, I think that's a big problem. Like the KO knife is and the KO ultimate is something that makes it a lot easier to deal with the Cypherlock comp. It can be difficult to, you know, enter towards sides once you run into those setups, and I'm not really confident into that Galaga Kitsune comp without the KO, but we'll get our answers really soon because Teddy Bear is floating with us on Ascent. Second map of the day, Galaga Kitsune versus Novo Esports, and it's do or die for Novo. They don't really want to find themselves in the lower bracket.
And just talking about the breach instead of the KO, they're starting on that defensive side. So there's opportunity to be that really heavy stop and like the slam door in the face of Novo as they try to get out onto the site. So you have flashes to delay, flashes to peek off, but also that stun as well. Straight down over towards main, and especially with the setup that you're looking at with Rota up on this box, you have a player Heaven, a breach back site. A funnel into this could be devastating with a well-timed flash and a well-timed stun. Nothing at all over towards mid. There's going to be a little bit of information being fed to Novo with the camera. The Cypher also looking up and trying to gain space over towards B, and just an insert of a player over towards A main. Novo in this mid round, they've been met with absolutely no sort of stopping power or no players from the side of Galaga other than one smoke. So they're going to be scratching their head. Where are these players? One spotted finally out over towards B, but that's just one Sova player. Realistically, the default position you see Sova start on over towards this part of the map. Not expecting the reposition. And then that's the go sign for them over towards A. They're trying to split in, but Paddy...
Double kill already found. Honor only able to trade back with the shot dart. Pushes into the main area, but realistically, you're Sova and the Deadlock trying to get the spike out of Gardens. It's basically been dropped in Narnia for them right now. Fight against Kitty, and Mochi is the one getting the kill. Back to even numbers. Ryota, not back to even numbers. One player still up. Mochi only able to trade herself in. Lilas with the double kill onto the go, and Galaga Kitsune finds the side hold onto that A side. Nobody walks in here. The split play for Novo Esports doesn't work out at all.
And like, if you think of that first engagement, sure, you can talk about the one over towards B, but I'm thinking about A. They're split into A. They lose Sa over towards that B look. Fine. That pulls the pin, that pulls the trigger, and the fact that they have to commit over towards Z now because they know B is free. They have to take advantage of the extra rotates and the extra manpower of Galaga not being there. And then you just walk into Paddy on an elevated position. There's 2 kills. That's your short pressure completely voided. The spike down, and then you're in a 4v2 situation. And Galaga just trade their way out, kill for kill.
Oh, a nice fight. Starting up into the main area, but nobody walks away harmed. Novo, a lot of damage onto their Yoru, but other than that, nothing really happened for them. Trying to rotate into mid, but there is Kitty waiting.
Spike down mid.
And in the previous round, right, you had absolutely no one over towards mid. So Novo, not expecting such an aggressive pushdown from a couple of the players, and even the player over towards B being taken down in main. A lot of damage done onto the Yoru remaining. It's a 2v5. Kitty still posted up over towards mid, and these players are locked in.
You saw the gun drop, so you know where the rest of Novo is still around. They're creeping up.
Cover going out.
Towards main. It will be another execute onto the A side. Pushing through that smoke, but there's Paddy waiting for them. They're just running into her crosshair. Mochi, the last player standing into the way of Galaga. The second round, the stun comes through as well. Lil Haas. In the end, it's Ryota finding the kill on that Sober, as effective as she was on the Euro.
Good pistol, good follow-up. Third round going to be the test, and especially looking at the side of Novo, even though that outlaw has been noted, a lot of these players are opting for that half armor. Obviously, to set with that regen, one of the newer items into the game. Still, it only gives you 25 sort of like armor. Sure, it can regen, so in total, you can have like 50, but it's not all at one time, so it's going to be really susceptible to this outlaw. Just whether Galaga can position it to be that real round changer and damage maker.
And the net coming through, and they will commit onto this one. Lil Haas is blind. Lil Haas is dead. Opening has been found by Mochi, who already has the ultimate ready. Kitty barely dodges this one, and with that, the A side has been taken by Novo. Paddy trying to fight this one about heaven, but it's the Italian team with all the control in the world.
Spike planted.
And even opportunity for a lurk back around from the Cypher, that sort of late flank play. And Thorn in the side of Galaga for this retake. They're gonna have to be careful when they've retaken over towards short, but look at how suppressive this utility is, right? They're trying to walk out heaven, but you have a double sentinel composition. One's on the loop, one's setting up, post plants on site, stunned up. Disjointed now for the retake. Kitty has to jump down, only a ghost in hand. It's a clean-up crew for Novo.
And with that, the hopes are dragged down. Novo, flawless round for them. And it all starts with an incredible Grafnet for me. Finding the breach. Getting the flash off this one as well. And Mochi, the opening of the deadlock. Ultimate coming afterwards. Pushing Kitty off of that Garden's positioning. I really liked what Novo was doing onto that execute. Highlights the strength of the team comp.
You feel bad for Lil Haz over towards A. Gravnet fully flashed. Only a Sheriff in her hand. Takes the gamble of taking out the sit option. Talking about gambles. This is a gamble over towards main. Kitty and Sandy Clear take their 1v1s. Pulled up by Rios. It's just one by one. Novo, obviously with a pack of 4, they're going to be licking their lips at 3 players walking to them.
And
it's easy pickings.
it's kind of like they're not really disrespecting, but they're not aware enough of the pressure that this hero provides for Novo currently. Weapons can only be safe for Galaga. They're moving off already. Not trying to interfere with what Novo is doing. I mean, they will get the information coming from that tripwire. But not really anything else. A second, basically flawless round for Novo.
Yeah, and you're looking at that. It's not as if it's some crazy site hit. They've generally just had 4 players in main. Sure, the Cypher was off doing their own business, lurking, trying to take some mid pressure with the camera, just trying to get any sort of information. First player to fall is your Jet that takes the angle. 2 players looking at them. Sure, you can talk about they could have gotten 1, but no, it's insta headshots, followed up then by Ryota trying to trade, and then another one then just trying to bring at least 1 kill back in their favor, and it's just being shut down and down every single time Novo have been presented with a player in their crosshairs. They've just connected the shots, and it's not as if it's some crazy utility. It generally was just dry peeking into each other. And Novo come out with the numbers, and sure, if they were even able to get 1 kill, you have 3 other players there to back it up. So for the side of Galaga, taking the dry peeks onto this defense over towards B, really, really disjointed. TP into spawn, so possibly looking for an aggressive peek of this Yoru over towards mid, wanting to take some early fights, get one, get out of dodge quickly. But look at this setup over towards A, right? You have 3 players, as well as the util from the Killjoy, along with players already giving pressure towards A main. So for this is sort of that short setup. Turret will hit short and main, obviously, but these mollies are trying to get any player trying to split in or especially close that door.
And with the drone, they should be able to once again commit it to the last. No, Mochi once again opens things up for Novo, for the Italian side. Great paranoia. They have to push back, but Mimi not blinded at all. Finds the kill, finds her counterpart. Paranoia for their side going in as well. Suzette gets on the kill onto Kitty. The trap play works out great. From both flanks, they're flooding onto the side.
30
Xa
seconds left.
uses all the steps in the world. Novo gets the third round. And with that, back into the lead, onto the driver's seat. With a composition that's tailored for defense.
I mean, you say it's tailored for defense. I love this one on attack as well because of how many layers that you have to it. You have Suzette that can be just an absolute menace with the ultimate. And as soon as they do take these sides, especially with the composition that they have, I think is the main thing that they're looking to do. You have the look from Sa as well being an issue that you saw in the previous. She was over towards mid with the players already planted. Ryota forced to give away the information with running, but then also on the site you have Mochi's utility as well. So you have the stuns, you have the nets, you have the walls. There's so much delay utility, but also especially over towards A, you put the trip under heaven. A player peeks out. We saw in a couple of rounds previous. That player gets stunned, and either you capitalize off it, you swing and peek, or you can just play time. And I think that's something that's really costed Gallagher a few times is the utility and how comfortable Novo are getting in the price plants with the utility setups that they can get. It just gives them so much space and time to work with for those retakes. So for the side of Gallagher, I loved when they went for that B main aggression when they were doing it together, not necessarily that one by one. So looking at this, they want to get these players in position as a pay at minimum, because even over towards A, we've seen Ulhaz die so many times in that solo positioning, even when trying to bait out for Pazzy. One by one.
Ultimate from Suzette coming through. They're trying to block this one. It's another slaughter in B main. 3 pairs already on the ground for Gallagher Kitsune. Early fights doesn't work out quite as well as they expect them to work. And all of the dreams of winning this round gone in a second. The timeout did not really work out for them. And the side hold, like, once you're in the post plant, playing against the double sentinel comp, not necessarily the nicest of things. Xamochi clearing it in a full house, and round number 4 for Novo. Like, once they're on side, there is no real way Gallagher can really close this one or get it back.
I mean, it was an eco for them. They had a Bulldog, sure, but it was over towards the other side. It was mainly Sheriffs fighting over towards being main. And you can see the thought process behind it. We put as many numbers as we can. But from the side of Novo, they're really playing as that sort of heavy pack in that 4-1 setup or even 5. And realistically, the only player we tend to see by themselves is Sa. And sure, Mimi is going to be holding over towards A this time. But still, it's 4-1. The main spearhead of this pack is this 4 players, and well, Sandy Clee, her turret has been distracted. She's hit many people, and she just decided, you know what, I can take them, and well, evidently she can't. Advantage for Novo.
Xa finds this one to Kitty as well. The trade comes on for Ryota, but no real footing once again for Gallagher on that map. Suzette, as he actually tries to push into the CT, pods out. Reunites with the team. Mimi's late lurk. Good as well, and yeah, in the end, if you're on Gallagher's side, last player standing, Paddy only able to save her weapon for good for the next round. But at least scrap through some sort of buy and some sort of eco.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of the Novo players go for that sort of hunt, especially looking at the Yoru over towards CT. Suzette possibly wanting to take that Vandal off the boards. Now opts for the save instead, which again you can't really argue with. Gallagher only can have realistically 1 rifle to work with in the next, or you might be able to see a couple players forced up, but there's going to be some sort of give. You're going to be either sacrificing your armor, sacrificing utility, or the weaponry, right? Coming into this one as well, it's 2-5. Attacking half for Novo. Remember, this one was picked by them themselves, so it was Gallagher that picked and opted for this defense, so possibly believing that it's the stronger half of them, and at the moment, not necessarily showing why, because Novo's been realistically picking apart the defense, and it seems flustering. Gallagher, I feel, is the right word and turn of phrase for this, because they're taking peaks that we necessarily didn't see them taking. The gamble peaks, the 70-30 peaks, just to try and get some sort of advantage.
And it's kind of overcommitted from Gallagher right now. Like you already mentioned, those 70-30 plays. They're trying to take a lot of those. This time the Grafnet doesn't work out. Euroclone, the only thing that's coming through, and Novo is pushing back, trying to relocate, and maybe either re-hit A or try to find a hit onto B.
Kitty has an opportunity as the smoke phase. Good for one, dashes out. That's important. That's the advantage now in favor of Gallagher. One of the first rounds that they've actually been able to hold on to it. So it does give them a good opportunity to try and claw it back in their favor.
And it, as you said, it gives them an opportunity to claw themselves back, to maybe bring it to 6-6 or 7-5.
30 seconds left.
Something like this, not to hard lose onto that first half and then going into attack into the double sentinel comp. With the dart and the paranoia coming through, there will be an execute for Novo Esports. The portal to the backside, so both people in boathouse. Mochi clears lock, but only 11 seconds on the clock. They kind of need to commit to that push onto lane, but there are still 2 people in the boathouse. They only can clear out Sandy clear. Spike can be planted, but Lil Haas is already there. No spike plant for Novo.
That's good delay from the player's backside. You can see how many eyes from the side of Novo were trained upon them. That gave that opportunity for Lil Haas to run out from CT down towards stairs and pick up 3 for themselves in that round. And an important 3 as well, because you're looking at this, just looking at the timeline as well, outside of isolation of the pistol and the follow-up again, which really threw too close for comfort, especially that follow-up. Nove definitely had a few ideas coming into that one, but this is the only round that they've been able to put on the board, and it's because of the time. It's not necessarily getting all the kills, eventually would have come down to it, but good delay from Gallagher in that round, especially taking that entry kill and then not necessarily losing the gunfight over towards B, being able to stay alive, keeping the Sova back sight with the Killjoy. There's a thorn in the side for Nova, at least when they're trying to go for those attacks. There's so many angles, so many positions they have to clear out.
And it's about still a tad about the overcommitment that Gallagher has been taking. The Grafnet onto the backside finds the Omen, but not really committed onto pushing through the smoke. Ryota finding Mimi. First frag falling for Gallagher once again. 2nd round in a row. This should close the gap a little bit for them. Novo noise cancelling and rotating back towards middle, relocating their positioning and reassessing their situation.
But look at this setup as well. Gallagher have completely left B, and you can even see the concern of the Sova players holding BCT walkout from heaven, right? Kitty Shaw is posted on that cross up towards mid, but these players are all like isolated over towards A and mid, so the rotates coming through are going to be quick and fast. You can already see Sova is ready and fighting up towards back site, so they're going to really be playing for the site itself rather than any sort of short control.
Yeah, and the fight doesn't really go the way of Novo right now. Sandy clear, and Lil Haas already with the frags there. So only one constellation kill. In the end, it's Mochi who needs to save her and who needs to save her gun to stay relevant in the economy game. Lil Haas, in the end, the one committing through to the triple kill. Gallagher Kitsune is back. Gets a 2nd round in a row, and Novo has seen enough. They're taking a timeout.
Yeah, I think that's completely needed, right? 2 rounds back to back now that they've lost based on time. And realistically, that's not something you want to be doing, especially after the 5 rounds that you've been able to put back to back to back with regards to the rifle rounds. And coming into this now, timeout to work with, still a lot of money as well because of how many rounds that they were able to keep so many alive, that they're going to have a decent investment into this one and as well into the next. round should they lose this one. But timeout, wanting to convert as well, but looking at what they have to work with, you have the Cypher ultimate. Sure, that can be good situationally. Mochi is able to isolate a kill, but that also requires information first, whether it's off the back of a drone or off the back of a peek or an entry from Sosette. And it's the same sort of thing for Honor there as well with her ultimate. But from the side of Gallagher, you have so many different situations you can use this with. You have 3 of the like biggest ultimates, I feel like, for their composition. The Breach, the Sova, the Killjoy. There's so many different ways you can use this, whether it's as a complete site hold. You can see Lila has normally plays over towards A, whether it's back Jenny or towards short. Ultimate out, you can just completely stop a site take. But then also on the other hand of that, you have the Killjoy lockdown that can be used to retake sites, or the ultimates as well to stop the spike plan. And with the issue of time...
Aggression from Sosette, but doesn't really turn out good for them. Sandy clear. Just too clean on the aim. And this time the B main push. It doesn't work out. Undermanned unit now. For Novo. Grafnet doesn't find a target, and they really need to kind of push their way inch by inch onto the sides. No real control. But maybe have spotted the player behind Jen. Ultimate not committed by Mochi. Finds the breach. One ultimate off the deck like this. Mimi also nice peek into gardens, but it's still Penny on the side. The double kill for her is so good. She saves the round for Gallagher. Kitsune equalizes it. What an insane movement and play by Paddy here.
Yeah, sacrifice a little has for that play as well. Not opting to try and save them. Instead, goes for the blind, goes for the peek. Crisp headshot on the first, follows up on the second. And now is an equalization as well. No ultimates even used in that one. And I was saying that could be the round turner. That could be really devastating for the side of Novo when they're going for those sight hits. But right now, the players seem to have woken up from the side of Gallagher. They're shooting back.
There's already so much damage on Tuxar. The spam through the wall works out. They're trying to push the Sova off with their own Hunter's Fury. So set her ultimate taken as well, but no real utility follow-up. Like the breach we saw in the last round. Sandy clear, and Riota just holding the side like a wall. You don't get onto side that easily. The Euro also dead as well. And now there's this double side hold from lane. The spike trapped in Gallagher's territory. They need to push through an Odin to recover this one. Crossfire's established. And no way for Mochi to really break this one up. They're moving back. It's gonna be a safe.
Yeah, and you're looking at that round there. You have the ultimate from the Euro coming in. We were talking about how Gallagher were able to use that when we were talking about Bind in the previous map. This one, sure, the ultimate goes out, spots the player over towards stairs, but it's the reposition of the lane player or the player that necessarily dropped back to site, jumped back up onto lane, retook the position over towards boat with an Odin. So when these players started running out, it generally was just players to a meat grinder because they weren't necessarily going to check that position because, well, 2 seconds ago it was cleared by the Yoru in the ultimate. And it's that sort of repositioning movement from Gallagher that was pretty great. Just going for some exits now as well, and it's just a clean-up crew for Gallagher here. 6 now on the board. And plenty of money in the next. Same goes for Novo. A little bit of a Guardian play for Star, but it's not necessarily the worst sort of buy. Look at the rounds that have been screwed together, and it's more of like for the side of Novo, what called for that switch up, because in the first 5 rounds that they were able to net together on that attacking side, they were playing so heavily grouped and just taking those straight up engagements. In the previous couple, we've seen more of that spread out defaults, players getting picked off. So in this one, they're opting to go back for more of a heavy 4-1 setup. Trying to clear out towards mid, one of the first times they've actually done this. Deep into mid, flash comes through. Kitty should be isolated here.
How about finds the kill, the flash? Play here for Sosette doesn't work out. And they can clear themselves out of the angle of the aftershock. Kitty uses this to her advantage. Second kill on the board. Makes it the third one onto the bait of Sandy Claire. Xar now the last player standing in Gallagher's way of a half-time lead, and Winter, like 5 rounds ago, we were looking at a huge deficit that Gallagher were facing, but they clawed their way back. Xar can make it a 6-6, but even this would be a success, considering where Gallagher is coming from. When the cage fades, it's up into the hands of Kitty. 7-5. Gallagher strings together 5 in a row,
Switching
and
sides.
with that, they're in the lead at the halftime.
And you're talking about recovery, right? And how we were looking at this before. It's like, oh, this is really good from NOVO. They've just been absolutely shutting out Gallagher, been dismantling the defense. It was 5-2. And from 5-2 then, we've just seen a complete string of rounds, even upping that of what NOVO were able to put together in a row. So now we're at 7-5. And again, looking at this, it's not necessarily the worst scoreline. It's something average that you tend to see over towards this map. But the way that both of these teams were able to get those rounds on the board is a little bit concerning for me. So this is a super big momentum shift between both of these teams, especially when the start of Gallagher getting those rounds on the board were 2 rounds that they were just able to dry up NOVO of time. So really, really slowing down the momentum of them, allowing them to get 5 of themselves in a row. But this is an opportunity, a good one, to bring it back in favor. Good setup over towards short.
So set opens things up for NOVO at least, but can be traded. And the spike is already planted. This one's fast. Incredibly important pistol round to win for either team. Ryota, little mishap. With the shock dart coming through, they're trying to clear it. Collected and calm from heaven. And on that dart, they execute. The retake will start. But it's not gonna be the easiest one, especially since you're having a breach. Ryota finds her second frag, also Paddy. Clear and steady as ever. Sandy clear. Late lurk works as well. Honor. Good for 2, but it's not enough. Round number 8. And especially round number 6 in a row for Team Gallagher, Kitsune, NOVO. I don't know what happened after their 5-round winning streak, but ever since then, they're just looking so disconnected.
It's the momentum shift, Akamask. This was the way back in, and of course there's still going to be some in favor of Gallagher coming into the pistol because of the string of rounds they're able to recover. Not only just recover the half, but put themselves in the lead, into a 7-5 lead. And then, again, pistols. So important for this team, and at the moment, flawless in regards to the conversion. So this is looking like a 9-5. NOVO have a couple of weapons that you can see making a difference, but if you're looking at the setup, it's a complete stack over towards B. This is going to spot one player out, already shut down. And it really does come into question about how Gallagher handled these, because when we were looking at Bind, it was a little bit rough when we were looking at some of the pistol rounds. And they weren't necessarily able to handle the pistols all too well, but they got handled, and that's the important thing. This time, though, all the pistols in one place. Should they go out towards B, chaos will ensue. So, for the side of Gallagher, they're going the path of least resistance. That's over towards A, and it should be, realistically, either from the side of NOVO, they just absolutely sprint it out of heaven towards A, and they try to go for overwhelming on this retake, or they just try and die to the spike, especially since they're going to be so far away by the time the spike goes down. And especially with the composition that Gallagher are working with, you're going to have trips over towards flank. You have so much utility on site that they can work with. Nano swarms, shock darts. There's so many different layers that they'd have to get through. And, well, with pistols, this is not really likely to happen.
Yeah, and it's realistically, it's just execute yourself to the spike. You don't really want to give ultimate points into Breach and Killjoy. Those ultimates are too important for the side of Gallagher, especially when it comes to a 3rd round in a row and winning your bonus. You don't really give this one over. So it seems Gallagher makes it flawless. If Xar doesn't have something to say about this Bucky in hand, this one could be a little detrimental. Spike will explode and will take 3 players with it. Too much range for Xar to work with this one. Lil Haas, the player, to clear it out in the end. Gallagher Kitsune, round number 9, and it's starting to look dire. It's a must-win round for NOVO Esports, but the weaponry for Galaga looks actually pretty good, and I'm a little scared for Novo there.
Do you know what I'm scared of though? Is how little armor that we have on the side of Novo, especially with the from the side of Galaga. Whether it's you're looking at the utility damage that can come through, but also the weapons. Right, you have full bulldogs. It's similar to that sort of phantom. Not much damage is going to be done with that headshot. But headshot body shot is going to deal with some of these players pretty quickly and can rinse a lot of them. But it's a fast execute outside of B, but that's not necessarily where they wanted to be going. It's updraft and dash. Rejoin their teammates over towards mid, and now he's under pressure. Flash comes through. Not flash, but the shots do connect, Akimask. And now look at all the position that they have to work with.
And it's such a creative execute there to kind of force the players out with your mid play, to split the map for them. No real opportunity to stop this one. Another trade coming in. But trades are a good thing for Galaga Kitsune at this point. Trying to get those Vandals out of the hands for Novo.
Yeah, Spike has to be retrieved, so that's going to be a little bit of a delay on this. But look at the sort of reset from Novo. They just have no interest in holding over towards A. Deadlock has been pushed back, wanted to play more for that retake.
Yeah, but Mochi comes over heaven.
Seconds left.
Trying to fight some contact, but the only contact that has been found is the lurking 5. Cypher on the backside, Lil Haas finds another 1 in 3. Mochi not finding the skill, cannot convert it. But
That's
now
both
Xa's
players
there.
spotted now, right? Because we saw the player over towards mid. You have been isolated by the Yoro of Success, so now no one has to worry about flank. It's all going to be eyes straight towards heaven, doors closed.
Last player
And
standing.
both of them on heaven. Xa's the one drawing first blood. Suzette's dropping down, and Novo saving their round. Saving their lives, kinda, you have to say. Because if we have a Galaga Kitsune on double digits here, this one will be hard for Novo Esports, for the Italian team. But in the end, they're getting it together and saving it. I think, like, I don't like the fight of Kitty, that she's taking there towards heaven, too open and just too disconnected from her teammate.
I mean, at a certain point, you do have to fight your way out, especially with the positions that they were in. You're stuck over towards side. There's no chance to retreat over towards main. But from that round, there's some really nice plays, like the updraft and dash into market, being able to hold on to that space. It's just from there, they were able to split up the defenders completely. Mochi was isolated over towards A, does a great job of getting one and then getting back out as well, regrouping with the teammates for the retake. And I think that is realistically the main thing there, is that they got theirs, they got out. Sure, they did fall later down the line, but it was a lot closer where the teammates were there ready to trade. So coming into this one, again, a similar setup over towards A with the deadlock utility. As soon as this is going to get popped, should be a peek through.
Both players are not in vision. A lot of utility damage has been done already by Novo. Actually, only some Guardians in the hands of certain players. But Galaga retreating.
Portal closed.
Just picking up the spike now. Picking up the spike now. It will be a hit. Late onto the B side, it seems. A lot of B main.
How much utility as well either to block, right? If you're looking at the Cypher, it's split between B and mid. So this really is going to come down to how many kills they can actually get, especially with that Cypher trip being taken off the board straight away. There's an opportunity for a quick rotate.
30 seconds left.
And they're not using it. Now the Reach Ultimate is coming through. The Rolling Thunder there. All of them are stunned. Lil Haas finds the first frag onto assistance of their Xa. At least can stop the approach onto the side with one up frag of her own. Kitty, good movement. On a caught of guard.
Enemy remaining.
And Kitty, now a double kill for her. Makes it free. The duelist onto the attack. Much improved compared to her defensive setup. And it seems like Galaga is finding the double digits against Novo. Paddy's late lurk probably won't be checked by Xa. She's fairly aware of this one. But Paddy, right now in a good timing, could swing around. Player is now spotted, is now Paddy. That's the one finding the frag. Double digits for Galaga Kitsune, and it's looking more and more dire for Novo Esports.
It's giving reminiscent back to the first map of how close some of the rounds can be, but dominant of a scoreline, right? You're seeing some great things coming out from Nova. It's just trying to get it over the line. That's been a struggle realistically for them, right? You saw that first 5 rounds that they were able to string together, great. And then they started faltering. The pressure that Gallagher were putting on them, really pushing that time pressure, has sort of continued all the way into this half as well. And especially with Novo on the defense, they're less in control of what sort of pace that they're going to be hit with, right? So Team Gallagher are controlling the pace at the moment, whether it's with those fast site hits, the fast updraft dash into connector, over towards market, into mid, and now again, keeping Novo guessing, keeping the tempo switches up online. Heavy default, no presence either towards mid, but both mains already taken. Gonna be backing off of one.
And you already said the tempo switch ups for Galaga Kitsune works so well. Their rotation game in general, and Ryota already on site, already a lot of space towards lane taken. With the destroyed tripwires, they kinda know where they're heading at, and Xa gets a kill, but Sunny Claire there for the trade, there for the constellation prize. Novo will probably play this one out collected and calm from the CT. No Cypher to play around. The utility Paddy just waiting to snap their trap. Just waiting to come late from behind them. The Euro clone on the side doesn't get popped, and now Paddy's lurk hits. They need to fight off the presence there. It's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and I like that Paddy doesn't really overpeak their situation. Because now her whole team can crash into the lines of Novo, picking them apart one by one. A little bait by Kitty, tries to go for the knife. A little cheeky try for a kill, but Sandy Claire right behind her is the one who's clearing out CT for Galaga Kitsune. Novo basically on their last round here.
Yeah, in the previous, they came into that with pistols. You sure had one bulldog coming into that, and looking at the site hold in particular, like I think that's the most you can ask for is one when you're so isolated. Zade only with a classic in hand, like sure able to get one, pretty happy about that. Traded instantly back out like you'd expect from the side of Gallagher, and this one, like you said, it's going to be one of the main rounds that we're looking towards to be the way back in, right? They have the rifles back on board, have the utility as well to work with. It's just whether they're able to capitalize off it, because at the moment it's been pretty bad, but that's a good first pick. Ryota trying to bring the advantage into their favor, but it's Susette under fire. Kitty, Blade Storms though.
2 kills by Susette are important in middle. But Kitty able to shoot back. Blade Storm coming around there in middle. A lot of pressure for her, and meanwhile, Galaga already onto A side. All of Novo tried to concentrate towards middle area. But Galaga took advantage of this one. Also Paddy. We are going back to even numbers because Kitty and Paddy are just too hot right now. Mimi, their double kill sends Paddy into a 1 versus 3. Galaga kinda needs to make something going. Paddy kinda needs to find some isolated 1v1s, get one. But the spike is being defused by Mochi, while she's still dealing with the threat of honor. Round number 7 for Novo Esports comes through at an incredibly important point, because if you lose this one, get onto 12 with limited resources, you're not really standing a chance against this Galaga team. So Novo, good timing for a 1 round.
Listening.
Like we said, it's the last legs for them coming into this one. It's not really going to affect Galaga Kitsune too much. You can see one of the players going half armor, drops over to Lil Has. Utility, ultimates as well coming online. Sure, you got Ryotas available and Paddy's, but I'm more looking towards Sandy Claire. If you can get that lockdown orb, get a site plan, especially now that the Sova ultimate's been used in the previous, this could be an easy way onto site and an easy post-plant situation for them and force Novo into a retake position.
And Honor, more of
You should run.
attention towards middle. Now the attacker side killjoy ultimate comes through. They need to storm off the side. Smoke still covering Mochi. TP back onto side would be an option, but it doesn't quite go into Boathouse. Mimi is the one drawing first blood and finds another one as well. The middle push has been stopped in their tracks. Susette also Another kill. Kitty all on her own now. Makes it free. Nobody crosses the stairs and shoots herself in a 1v2 situation. Kinda needs to isolate this one. Cypher ultimate makes it even harder. And Mimi was flaming hot onto those 2 kills in the middle. The wall now working against her. Good paranoia has been set. Good paranoia has been set. She's playing around with the smoke so well. Kitty, make it an ace to win the round, and she gets it. She finds the ace in a 1v5. Gallagher on 12 because Kitty is an absolute monster here.
Just the isolations, Akamask. You saw how much utility when, even in the 2v2, in the 1v2, right? First, you get the first 2 kills on the follow-up onto the side stick, fine, whatever. Then you're in a situation where you haven't got the spike down, you have a Cypher ultimate literally pinging your butt on site, and then on top of that, then you have a camera that pings you backside. There's so much information for Novo to work with, and then a paranoia on top, and then they put a smoke down that gives Kitty a way back into the site, pops out of it, sure, some crazy shots, but she should never have gotten to that position in the first place, and that's the way that we get 12 on the board for Gallagher Kitsune. 12 on the board, match point, series point, and they weren't necessarily the favourites coming into this. We were looking at Novo to really be pushing this to a 3rd map. And we're looking at this, is this the last attempt? A weak buy for Novo. Couple of rifles, but not too much to work with.
Have the Annihilation to play with, maybe? That would be an option, and it looks like Gallagher Kitsune is trying to go for an aggressive A-hit early into the round. Stun is coming through. And they're already on site. Cypher tripwires cleared as well. Xa only in heaven with a Sheriff. Kitty, her streak continues to set, only able to trade one out before dying herself. Only good for one. There's Annihilation available for Mochi, but they are so split up here. The door is closed. And it should be... In the end, it's Novo's round to lose.
Yeah, it is Novo's round to lose, but also Team Gallagher's, right? It's the fact that you can't convert this one. Is that 4v2, you have the Sova ultimate as well. You can see that's how far back the Sova's playing over towards main. For the side of Novo, you have to speed up. Oh, and it's not even going to use it for the post plant. Spots out Mochi and just absolutely sends it to the grave. Owner's left on spawn, and it's a Sheriff shot that finishes it out. 13-7 for Gallagher.
And with that, Gallagher Kitsune kinda makes a small upset at least happen, beating Novo in that first round of group stage here on the dive stream. And like, Novo were just falling apart on that second half, which especially with this double sentinel setup should be the better half for them, right? You know, you can't really count out the strength that Deadlock and Cypher had, and nothing gets going at this point. Gallagher was so confident in playing around those setups, especially with the breach and no KO coming through.
Yeah, I didn't even want to necessarily say it's the composition differential there, but it was generally just how well the side of Gallagher were able to switch up the paces, whether they were on the defense or whether they were on the attack. But also, for me, it's the resilience that they were able to show in that first half, right? You were 5-2 down and being able to sort of flip a switch, basically, and then completely steamroll the rest of the half, putting 5 of your own rounds together and going 7-5 up. And I think that was, for me, was the more important thing here to see from these two teams, is how resilient one of these teams are. And especially going into the matches up further into this tournament, it's definitely something that I look towards in these more lower level teams that not necessarily in that T1 GC bracket just yet, is just the mental perseverance as well. If, like, sure, you can be down 10-2 on a half, but if you get the pistol, if you start getting some rounds rolling, if you start hitting some shots, there's always a way back in. And for the side of Gallagher, they definitely found it multiple occasions. Yeah, you already said it. Kitty actually MVPing this game after starting 1-7 or 1-8, I think. Like, that for me is just absolutely insane. 16-12, just turning around the whole map, especially with that 1v5 ace, right? That's probably the highlight of the tournament up until now. And yeah, Kitty just showing off onto the attack with the jet. Kinda shows the whole comeback story here for me
that Galaga has been gone through.
Yeah, and like you said, Kitty started off, and I don't think she'll mind me saying this because of how she finished, but she started off terrible. Like you said, like she was like 0-6, she was like 1-8 or something like that, but it's the turnaround, right? Like she's ended top of the board, top ACS, 16-12, and realistically, she was completely shut out at the start of this game, and it's like, again, it's that flip of the switch, and she's been able to absolutely decimate for the rest of the half. Obviously the 1v5 helps and the ace helps, but for me it really just showcased in that particular round in general, it's just the general aim of some of these players, and then the decision making as well, some of the micro decision making for those players under pressure. Like a lot of times you see players crumble 1v5 up against you, you're like, oh, I've already counted myself out, let's try and get the spike down and we'll go into the next. No, Kitty just went generally through the paces. You get the first two trying to rush you onto site, you get the spike down. Sure, they have so much information, putting herself in the best position to win those rounds and isolating the 1v1s, and I think that really plays into context for the side of both of these teams. It is the micro adjustments some of these players were making.
Yeah, and like for me, it's the creativity of Kitty that were really impressive. Like going back through that mid play that we have seen, where she dashed into market, had her Omen, I think, with her, and then they just pushed through middle and basically split the map and took all of the map control away from NOVO. Like those sort of creative plays out of a playbook is something that I really want to see from a duelist. You know, in the end, this is what we, like as viewers, want to see. You know, this turn away from telegraphed plays that you normally maybe have, like dashing to the switch or something, to, you know, give yourself a little bit more creativity.
And I think my favorite part is that they actually lost that round, but it was more of they're happy to try new things and they're happy to shake it up, and we saw it on Bind as well. So just really encapsulating this whole series is looking at the IGL and the sort of mid-round calling for the side of Galaga has been realistically I'm pretty happy with. I'm really impressed as well, as it's one of the first times I've actually been able to cast this roster, and majority of the players as well. So looking at that, the mid-round calling is definitely going to be an issue for their next opponent. So it's just how well players and teams are able to adapt on the fly, I think, is the main thing. Sure, you can come in with a whole list of a game plan. Oh, if this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we do that. But it really does come down to what happens in the moment. And if something unexpected comes up, like a crazy difference in tempo, an updraft dash into market, all these different sort of layers to the attack that we saw from Galaga, how well they're able to actually cope.
Yeah, and I think like the mental resilience that we have seen from them is something incredibly impressive, especially for a team that maybe doesn't play together for such a long time, where you don't necessarily know each other for so long. And I really like seeing something like this of a tier 2 team, where you don't get unconcentrated or, you know, right off the match after such a mediocre start in the beginning, especially from Kitty. Like, you used the word terrible, I would say something, you know, she started off, as you said, really rough into the map, and afterwards came back, you said, top fragged, most ACS in the game, and an incredible play to close things off. I think Galaga is a threat to be reckoned with, and if seeding is correct, they will play against Focus in the next round, which will be a sight to see, because that Focus lineup, they can shoot incredibly well. And if they have worked from the Project Queens finals up until now, this will be an incredible matchup.
Yeah, I think that we're talking about all the different matchups that come through. I'm just excited to see them all, I'll be honest, especially with some of the more known players. Like, I've been really impressed with Kitty, like you said, the complete turnaround. But it doesn't matter what about this match. This one's done and dusted. We're going to be going to a short break, but you will be back. But we won't be here. You're going to have Joy K, and Zuby taking you through the next matchup. So don't go anywhere. Get some cup of tea, get some coffee, get some snacks, because there's still another best of 3 to go through. Akamas, that's it from me and you. So thank you so much for the cast. But guys, don't go anywhere, there's another matchup.
All right. Welcome back to the Wingwoman tournament. After our small break that we had from our first match. 2 maps and 1 match. We are back. I'm Joy K. You may have seen me before, and you may have seen other side Zoe before as well. So Zoe, how are you doing today?
I am doing great. You know, I got my coffee. I was productive. I got to watch our first matchup. Shout out to Winter and Akamas. They killed it. And I really thought that was going to go to a map 3. So the fact that we were able to come back and close it out 2-0 means that we get to go a little bit sooner here, Joy.
We do. I mean, I have my hopes up for NOVO as well. But it, it started looking a little bit dire in the later half of the match. That they just couldn't quite tie the score back up. But yeah, we are moving for our second match, and we are actually looking at some pretty pretty interesting teams.
Yeah,
we have Surrenderers versus Mixed Peak that we are going to watch. So what are your first thoughts off the bat on these teams?
I mean, we're jumping over from one team that had success in the Lioness Cup with Novo over to another in Surrenders versus Mixed Peak. And overall, I think this is going to be one of the closest matchups of the group stage when we were looking through them, right? We had our lists of teams we wanted to keep an eye on, and this was like the perfect overlap between those two squads, right? Surrenders, obviously, lower bracket finals of Lioness Cup, and then the Mixed Peak has a few players from there, a few players from, Project Queens, SK Nebula. So I think this is going to be the cream of the crop if we're looking just at the group stage, and especially of the open qualifier, not the invited teams.
Yeah, exactly. It makes you think, right? What happened that these players are here right now? Because we are also looking at some players from the main event of Game Changers, and as you said, Spike Nations as well. So yeah, it's just going to be, I think, as you said, the most exciting matchup to see from our open qualifiers that we can find right now. So I'm very pleased that we're gonna go for this one.
For sure. And for those who are new maybe to the EMEA scene or to the tournament, the Wingwoman series, we can go ahead and cover those rosters for you. For Surrenders, it's going to be Ori, Suspect, Jade Maw, Elysian, and Bobby. And then for Mixed Peak, it's going to be Sia, Jix, Poteet, Moshiru, and Anya. And you mentioned Spike Nation. Jix is coming out a very hot win, that 3-0 victory for Team Turkey and Spike Nation. So they've gotten some co-ed participation. We can see what they learned from that experience and are able to bring back into the Game Changers scene. That's been a common thread, I would say, with a lot of the events that Riot's been putting on this year, especially like the Spotlight series that happened in EMEA is about to happen in NA. So I'm excited to keep an eye on her in particular. But aside from that, Joy, I mean, I'm sure our players are getting ready to go. So map picks and bans, you want to take us through those?
Oh, hell yeah. Just give me one moment to bring that up for you.
Of course.
So, our map veto. We have seen that Mixed Peak have decided to ban Abyss. Abyss was the first one to go. Then we have also seen Split being banned by Surrenderers. And we are going to Pearl, actually, for our first map. Which, I mean, spicy. I said it in the green room as well. Love to see me some Pearl. Next, we're going to Haven, and then if we are going to a decider, that will be Ascent. So yeah.
Wow. I mean, we're starting with Spice, and then we're ending with like stale bread, right? Like we're going from like one of the newest to re-enter the pool, and then ending with the end all and be all of Ascent. Hopefully, before it leaves the pool for a long time, keep it away. But it's surprising that Pearl was selected because both teams banned outright, like Abyss and Split, the next 2 newest maps coming back into the pool. So, what are you hoping to see here out of Pearl, then, Joy?
Out of Pearl, I don't know. I just like, we're in the Spice now, so I want to keep that going. I want this exciting start. I want to see Yoru. I want to see, stuff picked like that. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, we're going for this. That's kind of what I want to see as we move then towards Haven and Ascent, which we are, seeing much more often, where we can see these really, like the basic picks coming out. I just want to spice things up at Pearl, give us a nice start, and then we'll smoothen things out as we go, I guess.
Oh, for sure. We got to actually see Pearl Red at Game Changers Champs, so we've seen like the different mindsets, right? You have some double duelist action, you have some old meta action without much changes. We did just get the regen shield and the Phoenix changes in, and Phoenix was a big pick on Sunset back in the heydays. So I'm excited for that. Now, hot take, Joy. I think whoever wins map 1 is sweeping 2-0, even though I called this a close series. And the only reason for that is that both these teams had really, really good success on Haven. Like, it's one of their best maps, right? There was a 13-6 for Surrenderers and a 13-8 for Mixed Peak. And I think they're just going to carry the momentum from Pearl over. So the fact that it is Mixed Peak's pick, maybe it's going to be a 2-0 for Mixed Peak.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. It tends to, for these kind of qualifying matches as well, it tends to be a 2-0. Now, we did see both of these teams coming off of that as well. So, you know, I think they're quite even in their matchup, perhaps. And, well, we have now discussed as well, like, the level that these players have played at. Yeah. But I agree with you. I think we might be in for a 2-0, and then we will not have to see us end. Well,
Bless. I know, right? Like, I love both of these teams, and I said Mixed Peak just because their map pick is the first one, but I followed like Surrenders all through Linus Cup. Like, I love them as well, and I think they're the more like overall, I would say, experienced squad, especially with like that squad in particular bringing chemistry in this matchup. So I think they are the quote-unquote team to beat, right? If you look at it, right? I think they're the number 1 seed of their group, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So this team has an uphill climb, but starting out with their map pick, I think is a great way to get things started.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with a map pick, it puts you a little bit more in the driver's seat as well from the start, I think, because, you know, you get to really think about other things than like having to play responsive. You get to be much more proactive in what you're doing. So, I mean, I see where you're coming from with Peak here for sure. But I love a good underdog story. If you're saying that, you know, Surrenderers are the team to beat, then let's go Mixed Peak.
Yeah, no, I mean, I literally had like Mixed Peak, I think it's like my second team that I wanted to keep an eye on, and then I kind of had like Surrenders a little bit lower just because like they were a team I expected, right, to make the playoffs just because of their performance in other off-season Game Changers events. But I mean, we already saw an upset technically in Series 1, right, I would say. So keep them coming.
Yeah, hell yeah, just keep them coming. But I think I think we're gonna go and have a look at the group right now.
Hey, they can confirm what I just said. Please, yes, production, fact check me, and hopefully NOVO was the number 1 in their group. Drum roll, please. No, okay, they were second, but they were against the third, so it's still an upset of the 3rd seed beating the 2nd seed. Obviously, Focus Soccer heading that up, but coming into ours, right? It still stands that storyline. Surrender is the number 1 seed, Mixed Peak that 2nd seed. I think that's what's cool about how this kind of worked out is a lot of these seedings, like usually in group, like it's like 1 seed never could beat the 4th seed in most tournaments. I think there's really good opportunity for that in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I absolutely love, like, look how many teams have signed up as well, Zobi. Isn't that just absolutely amazing?
We had more than that, right? There was a whole open qualifier before this.
Exactly. Crazy.
Yeah, so get a new talent, new blood in, right, before any of the roster shifts that could happen before the next Game Changer season, right? This is the last event of the year, right? Last chance to throw your name in a hat for one of these signed orders to pull out and be like, this is promising fresh talent that we can mold into the next Mary, into the next Rescue, but we'll get to see.
I love that you immediately pull up 2 names there as well, but you're right. This is like, you know, your time to come out and be like, hello, I'm here too, and I'm ready. And I think that all these girls, they know that.
And I mean, not only that, but thank you, production, for calling it out as well. Like, they have new inspiration as well, right? They can see Tier 1 ahead of them with Fluorescent moving up in their own region to participate in VCT EMEA, right? Fleur isn't... I'm from Manhattan. I'm so sad that we're losing her to you, Joy, but we know she'll be taken care of. And now they're like, well, some of these orgs are looking at Game Changers players to sign in the future. And so now that goal that may have seemed like moonshot away is attainable.
Exactly. I mean, I can't tell you the emotions that I felt like when, you know, I read that announcement. I was like,
yeah,
oh my god, because in like, this is why Game Changers is here, right? To show like, okay, there is a space that like that girls can play safely in, but that's not the end. The end goal is to then elevate into what, you know, most people still see as the real deal.
For sure, right? I do see a co-ed franchise league in the near future, and I mean, we are now getting ready, Joy, to jump into the game agent select. So we'll see if our new old double duelist action is gonna happen, or what flavor of pro we're gonna get. But I'm excited for the reveal.
Oh,
Ooh,
there we are.
okay. It's a mix, right?
That is, yeah, I was like, I'm a bit speechless, so please yap on.
Yeah. So obviously Anya with the neon, right? Last hurrah before she gets nerfed. I don't know if you read some of those leaks, but she's getting murdered.
Yeah.
Aside from that, we are pulling out the double Phoenix, which I'm really excited to see. Like I said, with those new changes, right? I believe it's that they're getting double flash now, and their Molly no longer regenerates. But aside from that, I am surprised that like usually it's the Jet Neon combo, not the Jet Phoenix or the Phoenix Neon. So the fact that we're getting kind of two different possible double duelist combinations here that we can kind of battle to see what is better. I mean, literally, we're getting different initiators, different sentinels. Like everything feels different except for that consistent factor of an Astra, which I also love. She was not getting enough love in the last map pool.
No, that is true, and I think Pearl really opens up more opportunities for Astra as well. But like, also looking at exactly as you say, now we have different sentinels and we have different initiators. Do you have a favorite when you're looking at this combo, Killjoy and Fade versus Cypher Sova?
It's so hard to say. I think when I'm looking at these comps, right, the Neon I think brings more site executability than say I would say Jet. So I think that's why they had to kind of supplement Nightfall. But I think overall I like the Killjoy for that reason, right? Especially like the A side lockdown, so powerful when you're starting out on the attack like this squad is. Aside from that, Fade versus Sova. Sova's about to get nerfed by that ping system rework as well. You're not gonna be able to ping the spike anymore for the guidance of the Hunter's Fury. So might as well take your last final ride on it too as well, Moshiro, before you gotta relearn how to play that agent.
That is, I mean, that looks like that is exactly what Mixed Peak is doing, right? They've got the Sova, they've got the Neon, like everything that's about to be really hit hard with those nerds. But let's see. Gathering some orbs over. Sophie gonna run into Moshiro here. Looking for their first blood. Actually doesn't confirm it. Oh, they will be traded back. One for each team.
This is interesting. I like the call though, right? The Fade Prowler sees 2A main. You gotta dip somewhere after taking art and connector control. And it's gonna be right into Petite Joy.
It is right into Petite indeed. Bobby manages to take out her doppelganger. Sia actually tagged away in the corner here, but will be shut down immediately by Jade. Plant will be confirmed here.
Yeah, I mean, that's difficult. They anchored their site. They tried to pivot, but again, when all these players are coming through Link instead of main, a lot of that Cypher utility is neutralized. Now you gotta play retake these two remaining players from the A site. It's the best you can have, a double duelist for the retake.
Yeah, but if it's just that, you know, you gotta ask yourself, how much can you do? Well, they're actually looking for that defuse. Nice swing out was covered though, with one woman left standing here is Jeeks. Trying to catch, oh no, she's running on the time here. Gonna stick it halfway, trying to do it all the way. Swings out for the kill, does not confirm it. Bobby will drag Surrenderers over the line for the first map locked in.
And that was a nice kind of balancing act there, right? They placed a star on Link instead with that concuss instead of a gravel on the spike because again, it's a pistol round. You're not gonna have that maximum 5 stars, and that was just enough time bought. And they also weren't too far off site, relying on their own utilities. They were able to rescale out of long. So again, just quick calling, probably I would say from Jade in the mid round, right after the Prowlers see double A main. You've taken all that art control. You're like, oh my gosh, if we fight the A site now, we have to pinch these players as well, which would take too much time. Leave us vulnerable from spawn. So really well done for Surrenders. Get the first pistol on the board. Now they have weapon upgrades, and now they're not afraid of mid. What they should be afraid of, or sorry, they're not afraid of a main. What they should be afraid of is mid when there was a 5 stack at the get-go, Joy.
It looks like they're going for his mega explosive entry here onto that A side, actually. Nobody dared to do anything about it. Plant will go down uncontested here. Setting up for that possible retake coming here from Mixed Peak. Mixed Peak still, you know, biding their time. Petite, already a lot of damage though. Kind of shooting away, but not really finding much. Sophie finds one. Moshiro not able to pick up much, but Jade is good for 2 here.
All right. I mean, surrenders, keep it flawless, right? You have weapons in hand, you've gotten spiked down. Sia just searching for exit picks, trying to punish anybody who decides to hunt her down. And it seems Sophie was the one that would be victimized, but instead they find the really nice spray kill on to Sia. And there we go. Flawless execution. And not only that, but because Sophie gets that final frag, they're going to hopefully have some nice ultimates to work with here, right? Particularly Jix and that run it back. It's going to be a great entry tool, especially I was gonna say re-entry tool, so Jix maybe farming some orbs here. But aside from that, I mean, you're also 3 off from Nightfall, you're 2 off from your own run it back if you're Sophie. So I'm hoping they farm some orbs and then go for side exit since they have these weaker weapons, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. Taking their time now through that mid. Oh, Potite spots the Prowler. Backing off for now, but not a lot of backup here. Only Sia once again in the corner. A lot of utility though being used just to try and buy some time for the rest of Mixpeak to arrive, but Sophie will be the one to draw the first blood. Sia taken out. Is that Cypher intel gone?
Planted.
Yeah, just completely overrunning it here. And the fact as well that they got a Killjoy alarm bot that deep because of how they exit this site meant that some vulnerability, some delay, some info about where all these players are coming from. And there's Jix, the retake off the run it back, doing numbers, setting Anya up as well. Jademaw able to stall the bleeding out because all we want to do is buy time. Asher utility and everything here. But they've pushed ahead of that line. Bobby, yes, you got the gravel off, but that might be all you can find. Bulldog in hand, a trade is good, but the round gonna fall still to Mixpeak.
Yeah, still going over to Mixpeak, and we did see so much utility still on site, and as you said, they were just dancing around, buying time around it, but still didn't quite connect the kills there.
Yeah. I think it was just getting plant money there was huge, right? It was an eco. You only bought up one weapon. I think it was Jademaw with their Vandal, the rest carrying their kind of Spectres, Bulldogs over from the last round flawless. So again, all they were looking to do was economy damage, which I think they definitely achieved, right? Look, it's all regen shields and a light shield for Mixpeak here. So it's going to be a lot easier of a round to maintain your lead. And if things get dicey, then this is the round where you're almost sure to have ultimates. You have your running back for Sophie, and you have one off of that Nightfall. But that's why I think Anya and Jix are getting proactive. Rob them of that Nightfall orb, prevent that A exec strategy. And I think Jix, did they not collect the orb? Oh, I can't tell if they finished or not.
No, I have to be honest with you. I am a bit lost with that as well, but we'll see.
Find you.
Haunt goes out. The swing off of it. Some damage done, but nothing to write home about so far. Both teams still taking their time. Potite about to run into a whole lot of people here. Forced to run.
Okay. And
Okay, now smoke coming out. Might be able to isolate at least one here. The Prowler does connect, however. And she will fall.
Cage triggered.
Ooh. And again, it's this tendency when all else fails, go mid to B. And I think Sia's picked up on that, right? They've been alone and afraid back hall round after round, so they've adjusted. They're playing a little bit more, like, I would say, or less aggressive, right? They're playing safely from CT instead to play retake with their team, so they can keep that number. They can keep the 4-on-4 retake here. But as soon as contact is made, that's what you're going to get. The double ultimate just to prevent any players from retaking this site.
All right, the run it back is out. Other than that, Mixpeak still holding on, but Cheeks down. That is a massive player to take out here to start with. Ori still dancing around here in that backside alongside Sophie. They will confirm the last kill. And another round on the board for Surrenders.
And that was a really nice, I think, again, trade-off and showing how these two teams are adapting to each other, right? I mentioned what Sia did to try and play retake with their squad and how they were kind of aware after that A main kind of assault failed, how they kept that line that they were going to go for that mid to B attempt. And unfortunately, just again, the retake was thwarted by a beautiful utility investment, right? The run it back in conjunction with that Nightfall, so you don't know where the Phoenix Ult is coming from. And it was just fortunate enough, I think, that Jix was able to find it before it caused too much damage on those Link players, which allowed them to get onto site, but then you still had to go through both duelists. And even if you got through both duelists, Bobby was off site, right? With their stars, with their Asher utility. So that would have been difficult no matter how you spun it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Haunt gets taken out right away, denying that information. Sia, tough spot to die in there. Well, tough spot to get stuck in and then die in.
Here we go. Just a more direct B site exec. We haven't really seen this yet, so I think that's why we get to see Petite and Neon here. And also it was Nico, right? They had Deagles, they have the overdrive, and how can they use that to hold on to a site?
Oh my, Anya not even getting a single chance there. Immediately shut down. Jaguar really feeling herself here with the kills. Nice headshot from Mashiro, but will not confirm the round. Bobby once again has the last laugh.
And here we go. A little bit of timeout action from Mixed Peak Blackfire. So they do have a player or an individual in the coach slot here, which is really nice to see, especially if it is a pug squad. See if someone maybe trying to ground the squad, not getting inside your own head when you are down 1-4 on your own map pick. Aside from that, I mean, that was Nico round. I think they're just trying to be preventative here, kind of, since this is their next rifle buy. If they lose this, surrenders is kind of guaranteed that 6th round safety net. The question now becomes, what are they trying to adjust? I think it's going to be in terms of the B retake, because now they've tried, right, just like anchoring the site with just your Cypher with Sia. They've tried now with other players like Petite and Anya working together, and none of that's really kind of working out. So I'm hoping out of this timeout, Joy, that we're going to see maybe a reshuffling of the defensive players. And we already see Cypher headed towards the A site, so.
Yeah, that's true. And we, like, that's the thing that we mainly have seen, right? That Sia has been in the right position, just a little bit stuck there, so to say. So let's see what they can do on that A side. We do now see that Anya still tentative towards that B. Will be moving there. Okay.
Looks like Sia making a mad dash back to the B site with less than 10 seconds left. I'm wondering, since they have a Bulldog and a Light Shield, if they even had a lot of utility to work with this round. Maybe the reason why we're seeing this kind of mad dash, only one singular tripwire, but it's fine. This is kind of the default that Surrenders has been going with, is this fade over towards A, a fast art rush, and that's another difficulty. Mixed Peak has really been passively placing Petite and Connector, so they can't rotate fast enough for the art. So this is given off time and time again, but I think they're recognizing Jade Maw here, usually finding out those A main players, and this is the hit I said they avoided on the pistol round. They're gonna try and pinch these A main players, but the use of that run it back could complicate everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go, being used. The spike is down, but the Hunter's Fury will find its target. Jade, ever so dangerous on that lurk, still good to pick one up. Now Mashiro dancing around here on that A side, still waiting for the backup.
Wow.
They just
like
have no
it.
way in here.
Yeah, I think they're going for a save here. I think that's already been called, right? Like I said, this was the last rifle buy before they would have been staring at another eco round, and then the snowball goes even further. But Surrenders, they almost fell into the trap that I mentioned, right? Not clearing out A main because they recognized there were players there from Jade Maw, and Jade Maw, instead of sticking around waiting for them to respond, instead goes back art, right? While the rest of the team flips the map. So they just kind of neutralize that impact of the A main players. Like, they get rid of the run it back. Yes, the player gets chipped by the Hunter's Fury, which is, again, the opportunity cost of that play. But overall, it works out for them because then they don't have to address the A main players ever. And I think if Jade Maw didn't find the frag onto Anya, it would have been a very different situation. But since she had that peace of mind to kind of wrap back around and tie things up with a bow, we set the 5-1, favoring Surrenders.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you talked about it, right? Surrenders, they kind of look to you like the team to beat. They are showing up very strong.
Oh, for sure. And again, this is what they were trying to do. Keep those hero rifles plus some deagles to try and flip the script. And they're going to do that by aggressive B main action. This is just a hard read that almost works out, but look at that concuss. I don't know if that was a team winner from the opponent, but either way, it stops them hard in their tracks.
Yeah, absolutely played that out by the Astra here. Just stopping this advance right as it comes in. Still, though, the Prowler being shot, though, gives the information. All right, there was somebody there. Now they've just fallen back here to the backside of B. And look at that. Looks like the whole team is just pivoting to go for the either the playthrough mid or the A side here. We've seen both at this point, so
No,
like,
for sure.
what is it gonna be?
And these players, their season, they know what the economy is looking for surrenders, which I think is why they're not trying to overcomplicate things with a little mid to A. But what is going to happen is Petit hears all of these players rotating, so that's going to allow a lot of mixed peak players to get backside on A, where there's Cypher utility, where there's Astra utility. And I was worried about, Suspect on that lurk, and it finds Petit, but it's not going to stop this side take.
30 seconds left.
Oh, so running back being committed. Sia does manage to send Phoenix back to where he came from. Jade Ma stuck in the corner here. And this is rough, but you see her rotation coming in now, running for that B side. But they are running the clock here, Sobi.
I think they're gonna be okay. Suspect keeping the players from mixed peak here. Jade Mom more nervous that there was a player that maybe didn't rotate over, which I think is why they have the Cosmic Divide up, just kind of as that insurance policy. My concern now, though, is that Suspect stuck around. The players are still dilly-dallying around mid, like the Phoenix, and your Astra's really far out of sight. So if Jade Mom falls early, that's a weapon. That's you already have to invest your Astra utility here. But I think that concern is gonna be dashed here really soon. All the pieces are starting to come together, and you gotta get past Jade Mom first, like I said.
Yeah, in the end, she does fall to Anya, but still 3 players up. They are a little bit hesitant
Last
here.
player standing.
Where can they possibly be coming from? Anya, good for 3. But still, the time is not on her side. And Mixed Peak, even though this was a fabulous round from them, they do not convert it into a round win.
Yeah. Again, with half guns, being able to get down to a 1v1. And I mean, with how we're seeing the Astra utilized, I think both of these teams are going to have very attack-sided has. Aside from that, though, just again, surrenders and their recognition. Okay, it's Nico, they're rushing B main, they hard read into our initial plan to leverage these better weapons, and then they come back to the A site, and it's kind of like Mixed Peaks follows them over. And again, Jade Maw just one of the more renowned IGLs in EMEA for a reason here has quite literally been running circles around them. I mean, they run through B Link unimpeded, nobody's on the B side, and they get the plant with 15 seconds left. Now with weapons, they want to repeat that B main success. They don't want them to run away. They want them to take that fight. And Surrenders time and time again is denying that offer.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a good read here. Bots are getting recalled. We see the rotation over towards A main once again. This time a split, though, from Suspect, going on a little lurk on her own. Not much else happening for the time being.
All right. I mean, yeah, you had a lockdown, you have a Nightfall, you have a way to get into this A side, but Sia was here this time. The defensive shuffle I wanted, beautiful trap wires, beautiful Astra utility as well. The vulnerability and all is perfect, and they are shutting down this side exec. It's still gonna be a 2v3. The insurance policy ripped on that lockdown, and Jix.
No charges.
Ooh.
Oh my god. The isolation needs to come in here, though, from Jade Ma. And that will happen. A beautiful clutch from her as well. 7-1 is the scoreline for Surrenders.
Wow, that was a really, really nice round from both squads. And again, it shows how close things are, coming down to that 1v1, coming down to Jade Wall and heroics being required just to clutch things out. I did like, again, how they tracked the squad to the A site. And it was a little bit later than their eco round rotation, but that was okay, because then they were out of the way of the plethora of ultimate surrenders through into that site. And Sia as well, being the only one to be brave enough to stick around as well, delayed long enough for Jix, for Anya to get over there. It really just came down to, again, sometimes FPS at the end of the day, Jade Maw pops off and you're left with an eco and you're down 7-1.
Yeah, and it's almost crazy to think about it, right? When you're seeing these players, but now they're just looking for anything at this point. And Surrenders, they are willing to take the bait. Immediately, 3 players shut down off the back of that.
All right. So now, I mean, that mid escapade falls flat off of some really clean shots from Suspect. Now it's a 2v5. Sia, maybe trying to get ahead, maybe trying to be unexpected and have a heroic moment, but I don't think they're going to realize they're biting out too much they can chew.
Yeah, I mean, that realization came in real quick as soon as you ended that sentence.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I mean, they didn't even get the orb for their trouble, so they're going to be set up for the last few rounds of the half on top of that as the plant goes through. Astra stuck around the B side to go for that audio comm of, again, calling Sia over. And again, just does not work out. So Petit with the Deagle in hand, 1v5, and they have been tethered, like, Okay, okay, it's not over
Okay,
yet.
that was a clean shot, Petite.
Aw, but they're getting pinched tonight.
Oh, wow. Sophie, play nice.
That is really unfortunate. And I mean, against a squad that's already down on their map pick, like having a rough first half, that is how you drive the knife figuratively and literally even deeper in the back. But I think this round is the next biggest opportunity we're gonna see out of MixP to get around on the board, right? Full rifles, mostly full
Yeah.
shields. Big ultimates. I mean, the overdrives went off. You have Jix, who's been really nice with the run it back. We haven't really seen Petit in a good, I would say, Cosmic Divide just yet, but I think it's now or never.
It is now or never indeed, but Ari is already in, drawing first blood, picking up a second off the back of that as well. We do have to run it back at this point. Sophie just trying to gather any information. Moshiro is still standing. Though picks up 2 before they get shut down. It's all on the line here. Sia still on site.
Spike planted.
We're good for 2. Petite, is it happening? Yes, it is. The defuse will come in. Mixpeak, they are down, but they are not out.
Wow. Just the fact that, again, the A-main aggression falls so short with both duelists getting caught out there. And I'm surprised that Ori even had the guts to challenge it as well, because normally they disengage from any sort of aggression. We saw it over towards B-main. We saw when Jaemon and the Prowlers spotted those 2 duelists over towards A-main. And so the fact that they drop a lot of the players from Mixed Peak, and then, you know, the players who are having a slower start for Mixed Peak are able to step up and counter that as the plan goes through. Doesn't get enough time to set up in these post plants that have been lethal when Bobby is in place. That's what you want to see here. And my unfortunate, I think, realization there is that it only happens if Surrenders doesn't make a mid-round adjustment, right? When they commit to the original plan. And we've seen Surrenders and they consistently are changing things. And also, I mean, there's 2 more rounds left in the half, so those gambles have got to pay off. And this time when they play both duelists on the B side, and we're back to this maybe mid to A attempt, I don't know if it's going to align the way they want it to.
Without an obscuring vision.
We don't have to wait long, I think, Sophie. I think we're gonna find out pretty soon. But so far, Surrender is taking their time. Quietly pushing through Link here. Probably gets spotted, but the rest of the players, I don't think that Moshiro quite saw them there.
All right. We've seen this challenge early out the round, not late where Bobby doesn't seem to be expecting it. The cover of the column, enough for the retreat here. And there it is. As soon as they find contact, a smattering of players, they rotate. And this time they might be rotating right into Mixed Peak's hand, right? This time they split up the duelist. There's the overdrive, but Suspect again. Beautiful Molly, beautiful frag, and now Petite's alone. Sia trying to support from backside, but beautiful utility here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great job here again from Surrenders, just forcing the draw out from Mixpeak and being able to shut that down right away. Sophie still on site. Plant yet to go down. But they're gonna make this again. Like, you know, the last few seconds they have, this plant goes down. It's rough. If you're Mixpeak, this is rough.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if they were like calling their bluff and going B, or if they were going for a save here, but now they're going back in for this retake minus the Phoenix, and as a result it's just going to be the 1v4. Jixer to use their run it back on the original recon mission, and now they're just staring down Suspect, who again opens the round and closes it for Surrenders.
Yeah, for sure. This was again, like I said it before, I will say it again, really nice how Surrenders draw out their opponent.
Here.
There we go. A lot of ults now for Mixed Peak, so the weapons may not be aligning to it, but I think, again, we saw them do more with less in a previous round. 9-3 would be a great way to end things off, especially if it is more of an attack-sided map like we were hoping with these compositions, with that Astra in play. I do think C on the A side has definitely been the best adjustment, because there was a lot of difficulty holding that B site with how that take was going. And I think this round is going to be zero exception, especially when they have the support of Anya from off-site, right? So you get caught in a trip, you get stunned, and you are as good as gone. But again, it's always never simple with Surrenderers, right? They have, you know, Petite, they have Suspect deposited across the map, so you never know where they're headed.
Yeah, exactly. And I like you like to see it, all right? Suspect actually gets tagged by the drone.
Again.
Slowly
didn't see it.
rotating away. No.
Yeah, they haven't seen anything. So I'm wondering, like, what is going through Mixed Peak's mind? I think again they're playing for retake or for spike denial. So Petit may be able to calm. Okay, they're planting. You see the Hunter's Fury. You see the Cosmic Divide. But also Petit's in such a, I would say, a vulnerable position here. Holes. We've seen how that take goes with Ori dashing back sight. And I think, I mean, they might not even have to do that. What is this? Through the smoke and the hot hands finishes them off?
This is the second time that Sophie actually gets a kill with the molly, like a well-aimed molly that just, you know, shuts them down. Now it's the Hunter Fury coming in. Will take care of Sophie's running back, but that is about it. Suspect, though, still standing strong. Good for 2 more kills, while there's 2 more left for the taking here on the side of Mixed Peak with their left 2 players.
Here we go. A 2v5. Suspect, Ori, the front lines of defense, right? And they're not even letting these players get past. So yeah, able to piece off Jade Wall, and that is the last round and a half, so might as well invest that neural theft. Unfortunately, though, the smoke pops at the right time. Can't get the ult, can't get the round, and Surrender sits on double digits before the sides swap joy.
Where will they go this time?
Oh, and we're gonna get a tech pause, so it'll be even longer of a halftime.
Hell yeah. Well, we do get to look at some cute squirrels and the snake playing. How does a snake play football?
How does it? I think I don't know if you've seen like snakes eating eggs, but I feel like their mouth can probably get around the ball. Would that count as like what's the equivalent of like soccer but traveling? I don't think there is one of those. Like I guess it'd be like holding with your hands, but aside from that, okay. 10-2. You have. It's not even a snake. It's a worm. By the way,
it's a worm. Okay. Well,
top hat.
well, I mean, they're both. It's a worm and a top hat. They still have no arms.
How is he holding the
or
cane,
feet?
Then? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, good question.
Same way they can hold the cane, they can hold the soccer ball.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have as a goalie, though? All right, the bear, or
this
can we
guy.
get a panda? Sorry, there's a delay. I don't think. I was saying, or what? The other goalie. I don't even know who it was.
I think it was like some sort of panda in a astronaut hat.
Oh, okay. Which one would you rather have as your goalie?
Yeah, no, that bear looked badass. That bear, he looks like a damn wall there.
all right. Back to the action, though.
Yeah, back to the game.
I really think like, I think they're gonna have a lot easier of a time on the attack. I'm not gonna lie, right? Surrenders, like I was watching the minimap. We're omniscient. I had a hard time calling where they were gonna end up at the end of rounds, right? So I can only imagine the distraught nature of Mixed Peak and their own calling there on the defensive half. I think when they can really commit to these fights and these execs, it's going to be a lot easier for them. Especially with that Neon, I think is a lot better, like I said, of an entry than Ori is. Ori, I think, put up a great case for themselves, point being when they countered both Jix and Anya over towards A main that one round. But aside from that, I'm looking forward to seeing what can happen out of this combination on the attack more than the defense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know Anya, we know her explosiveness, so I have to agree with you that is going to be, you know, on the attack a lot easier to do. Cypher on the attack though is, yeah, we will see. I
think it's fine because Suspect, we didn't really see them. I think with much like, I would say ultimate impact. Like there was that one round I think that allowed Jade a little bit more comfortability there to bait it to get away. But aside from that, I think like Suspect's big impact was from these lurk plays, and I think Sia has that same ability here. Right, put a trap wire for your squad, and you can be on the opposite side of the map. I did like though, I would say from Surrenders, they kind of have that double lurk of Suspect and Bobby because they had full trust in Sophie and Ori. I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar kind of occurrence for Mixed Peak, or if it is going to be relying on that sole individual.
Yeah, and that's you know what we're gonna see now. Has Mixed Peak now warmed up? Are they ready to try and tie up this scoreline, or? Oh, I think that was a gorgeous shot, actually. Jesus.
Oh, look at the bait. They don't even know there's 2 players stuck behind box, and the flash is gonna be perfect.
Now they will know. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. Like that was pre-aimed shot. Nicely done. But here, Jade Moa still tucked away behind the box. Anya will find her though, and that is a nice way to open up this side for them. B will be the place where the rest of the action will be going down.
On Jix, Bobby head-to-head here, CT.
Yeah.
No cancellations. This is feasible. A 2v3.
Yeah.
Might still have a smoke for long here from Petite. Suspect needs to go huge, though, on an individual scale. And, I mean, now they're about to get double swung, I would say, from Anya and that Stove along. But Sia, they've decided to rethink and double swing. Wait a minute.
Well done here by Surrenderers once again. A really nice communicated double swing. Actually managing Bobby to get three kills here. Now Mashiro actually still delaying as much as they can, but they will be shut down. Bobby with a 4th. And my goodness, Surrenderers completely running away with this pistol round.
I mean, a 4K from Bobby. I was saying Suspect had to step up because Bobby was trying to kind of like the ladder player to rotate and also needed to survive for their smokes on that spike when you have a Sova in the mix. And I mean, they just do it all. And then Suspect, I need to see like from their perspective that dodge the shock dart because it had to be centimeters away from finishing them off there, which is what most of the squad was likely relying on when you buy both shock darts on a pistol round. But I mean, 11-2, I think that's your kind of final life up. You're running off of fumes here, and it has to be flawless all the way down the track.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything else is pretty much in the shambles. It's the now or never. You don't want to go to this match point. The flash actually connects, but still Sophie with the better gun will have the better of Jeeks here.
We're gonna see how it looks as well when your Phoenix is playing on-site defensively instead of pushing out a main like we consistently saw from Jix and from Anya in their defensive half as well. I think it also kind of helps when you have a gamble stack over towards the A site because you have full trust in Ori, who I can only assume has a sniper rifle. Like it's Pearl, you're holding halls, you're a Jet, and they have light shields. Like this would be a great outlaw round. But also, did we have Force? I think from Mixed Peak here, since it is that kind of do or die. Yeah, there's Bulldogs, there's Spectres. This is interesting.
Oh, Bucky.
Yeah.
Bucky will find the first target here. Very nice flash and swing off of the back of that once again. Sophie showing what she can do on his Phoenix.
Look at that.
Oh, no way she gets that. Ari with the outlaw, as you said, picks up the double kill, and that will take Surrenderers to the match point on this first map of Pearl.
Match point.
And that's the issue with the Force, right? That Spectre, that Bulldog. Now, match point, that was your all-in, and you are going for bankrupt here. Light shields, Bulldog, Spectre, while this should have been your rifle round against an eco for Surrenderers, now you're basically on even footing, even less so when you see full shields across the board, right? You're not Ori with that Outlaws in the mix here, which is going to be a little bit dicey with the light shields, but I think that's why we're seeing a complete lean away from the B site, which is a pretty good bet. But aside from that, this gamble stack over towards A, they're just so confident in Ori and the retakeability of that B site.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got the tools for it as well. Slowly creeping up. Though here we have our stack from Mixed Peak making their last stand. Oh my god, they just start firing away here. Anya good for 1. Bobby is there to answer. Good for 2. Petite good for 1, but Bobby's still standing strong here. It swings out, but will be shut down in the end. Sia now gets to set up shop, and the spike is still on site.
Yeah, 2v2. Outlaw still in the mix, though. You can see them swapping out for that pistol. Not sure it'll be too useful in these close proximity duels. Jade Maw. Past the spike him, maybe the walling shots on the feet.
Oh no!
And Petite 1v2 with a Bucky. I don't know.
I don't know. I have to agree with you. This is looking very, very, very dicey. But it will be 1 kill.
Smoke.
Oh,
Get it back up.
might be enough.
Oh, I love this decision. Don't save it for the gravel. Save it to play the Bucky. But Jade Maw, 9, you pull your knife out. I thought they were gonna go for the final knife kill, but Petite, the 3-piece on the Bucky, they're gonna live to fight another day. Wow. All right. That is insane. And I mean, they're just doing really, really well.
Absolutely.
Aside from that, I mean, okay.
What was that? What did we just
both of these Astros just have an insane clutch team. Bobby 4K up on the pistol, Petite 3-piece keeps their team in it. Like that revitalizes the economy, that revitalizes the confidence, and yes, you're still 9 rounds in a row, but that's definitely how you get your first.
Yeah, exactly. And now actually Sophie overextending a little bit here with I think it was an outlaw. Cheeks will gladly take that one.
Here we go. I mean, you've gotten the opening blood again onto a really strong duelist, Sophie, who is heading the leaderboards for Surrenderers. You stopped the initial kind of site take, which is interesting, right? You think that will be the weaker site. And they're actually stealing a fake here off of Sia, off of the run it back. Bobby just doing that with the frenzy is insane without losing their life. Number one.
Right? She just ran out with it and went for it. I was like, okay. And that worked out. Somehow, the Outlaw rings through here. It's looking for the second kill here, but Poteet, they're trying to ring around the roses here now. They send Ori running around, just looking for the kills. She's trying to find a reload. She will not find it in time, and still Ori will be shut down. But Bobby is here with her, with the frenzy in hand.
It's a 2v2. The dust settles. Beautiful flank brewing here for Jix. Jademaw aware, still with an outlaw, cannot deal with it. And Bobby left with a frenzy from the start. The last one is standing while they got the cologne. They cannot get Jix in their main form with that frenzy. Great piece on the round from them. Forwards as well, they are still holding on. And while hats off to Mixed Peak and that rotation, right? I gotta point out again the Jademaw caught, and I don't know if it was because of Moshiru's recon bolt or if it was just like seconds before that though. But that rotation felt so proactive from them, especially when there was this kind of double-headed fake over towards A between Sia and Jix.
I mean, it feels like now they've woken up and they're like, oh, okay. This is how we can play against this team, and they've really done such a good job at piecing them apart this last round.
Yeah.
So let's see how they do it now.
I mean, got some weapons.
Okay.
Ooh.
Overdrive from Anya, trying to run them down here.
Okay. I like the use of, you know, the wall, the blaze wall to get the jet with the operator out. You're now drawing these players into the killjoy setup from Suspect over towards A, but this Neon ultimate again, so great at cleaning things out, but Suspect's cleaner.
That was so clean.
Whoa.
Now the knife from Ari as well will find the spike, and she can just sit there with that blade storm now.
They're so confident Petite's long as well, right? Because that's where Bobby would play for them, right? After the spike had gone down. But their like connector, their link, they could have recovered the spike there actually. But that ship has long sailed in my eyes. They're going for impact fragments. Like, they know this is a 1v5. They know if they got the spike and went A, number one, there wouldn't be a plan opportunity. Number two, I mean, look at who's over there. Bobby just chilling, waiting, trying to lure them into the east side trap. But now Surrenders realize, okay, we've cleared up B main. We have spike under our control. We can just post up with a turret, with a player, and watch every angle here of Link.
And that's the thing, right? Like, this is the most...
Whoa!
Petite, good for one. She's being spotted, though, by the Haunt. So they're throwing everything they've got at her, and she will fall. Surrenderers, what a way to take this first map.
13-4 for sure, and I mean, with their name, they're trying to make that true for the opponent, not for them, with how dominant that was, considering it was Mixed Peak's map pick. And I said that to me, that was the more tenured squad, but I did expect things to be a lot closer. So that was, I think, a really, really big shock. And I think it did just come down to, again, maybe just the squad gelling with more chemistry. The calling from J-Mob was off the charts there in the mid-rounding on that attack half, which led to that 10-2 half. And I mean, even some of the best players coming from a 10-2 recovery with very few mistakes is hard.
Absolutely. I mean, this almost felt like a yeah, how do you say it? Nah, you know what? I'm not going to. We're gonna have a look at the overview here, and yeah,
I think that speaks for itself, right? The entire team on one side and the other like below it, right? Like it literally stacks up perfectly how you would expect it to. Every player for Surrender is pulling their weight here. And I think we would have even seen more out of Ori on the defense if there were more defensive rounds, because they were that kind of core opera for the squad that clearly was going to be a defining factor in their defense, right? We had the Outlaw action. We had one round of the Operator, I think, with a little bit of spice. But aside from that, I mean, going into our next map of Haven, I said whoever won the map, the first map, was going to sweep. And I think I got to stand by that, you know?
Yeah, it was. And then we're going, as you said, now we're going to Haven, which is, well, their pick. So I think that, you know, your prediction of a 2-0, it might not be too far off.
Well, with that, we will have to see. we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, it is going to be map number 2 of our group stage H matchup between Mixed Peak and Surrenders. So stick around to see if this will carry on or if we're gonna get a quick 2-0.
Welcome back. We were not gone for very long, thankfully, as we are ready to head into Haven very, very, very soon. If you are just coming in, we are currently casting Mixed Peak versus Surrenderers. And Surrenderers is currently 1-0 up as they had a very dominant showing on Pearl, which we just came out of. I'm Joy, and I'm being joined by Sobi. And yeah, we are very ready for Haven, if you ask me, but how are you feeling about Haven?
I'm excited. I did say in the pre-show, and I'll stick to it, that whoever won map 1 was going to snowball into map 2. And after the dynamic performance and also the composition that we're seeing could come up for Surrenderers, which we'll touch on later, I do think that they are kind of the team to beat coming into this map number 2. And I'm hoping it's going to be similar to the first series we saw, where it was kind of close affair on map number 2 to determine who comes out on top. But ultimately, it's so difficult, and we can take a look back at the map video to see exactly why we thought this was going to go this way. I mean, showing why I think out of Abyss, Split, and Pearl that the other two were banned, because Surrenders did an insane job on Pearl.
Oh, for sure. This was a dominant show, like it was a gun show, for sure. But now, 13-3. This is a pretty crazy scoreline. Now we are heading into Haven, and we do have Mixed Peak starting on defense. So, what are the...
Yeah.
Oh, we just heard that it's actually 13-4, the scoreline. So
Yeah. But I would say, you talked about it, right? Yeah, it's Mixed Peak starting out in the defense. They started on the defense in their game up against Likip. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. But they had a 7-5 half, so this is hopefully their stronger half as well, to try and maybe get things rolling. Aside from that, though, Surrenders, again, they had a 13-6, and they actually had a 10-2 half there, and then they on their defense. So Surrenders maybe starting on their weaker half could give a little bit of breathing room. I mean, I wouldn't even say weaker half, but they did lose like 3 rounds in a row to Boost Gate Sports when they were on the attack. So that's one thing to observe. But what's scary here, and what we can dive into for our next topic, is that they had a hard time on the attack with the following composition, Joy. Deadlock, ISO, Astra, Sova, and Jet. Now I read this comp and I think, okay, that's a great Abyss comp, you know? That's like maybe an okay other map comp, like maybe like a spicy Ascent one. But Haven, you normally don't see the Deadlock, Joy.
No, not really. I mean, I feel like Haven, like the Deadlock, you know, it could be really strong on the B side, maybe, but
yeah,
not too many tight corners you can play around and off of with your nets and things. So I don't know.
We'll see their lineups, number one. And I do think an aggressive Sentinel is going to be good for Suspect after the performance we saw from them on Pearl. And I do think it's going to work out for them because we saw kind of Bobby and Suspect in those lurk roles. And I think that they'll do just fine with only one player playing that, especially if Bobby is going to be on the Astra. Again, we saw their timings in the post plant and their rotations were always kind of chef's kiss. Aside from that, though, we wanted to give a little shout out. Sophie, with many E's, is in fact a Legion. So if that's a household name you recognize more so, that's who is playing your Phoenix. And that's who's probably going to be on the ISO, which makes a lot more sense, I think, coming into this matchup. We were like, if the Legion's not Sophie, who is going to be playing ISO, if anybody? And so the fact that it's been called out, I think it's going to be a Legion was having a really good first map, we'll say. So I think this is going to be a scary comp to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the spice in there, right? It's so unpredictable, and you can do a lot of you can play this comp in a lot of ways where it's just total chaos to go up against. So if I would be Mixed Peak and I did my homework here, I would be a bit like scratching my head, how are we going to play against this? But we don't have to wait and, you know, think if it's going to happen, because Agent Select is ready.
And there it is. Our homework pays off. We're going to ace the test, Joy. The comp for Surrenders is there. Mixed Peak as well. We didn't really talk about the comp. This is the one we expected to see because it's also what they ran in their first group stage match against Likip. But what do you think about the Killjoy over the Cypher for Haven? I feel like that's kind of like an oldie.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think I would still prefer the Cypher. Yeah.
Hot take, I think this works in this match in particular, just because Surrenders isn't running a Neon. I think the Cypher is a hard stop for the Neon, and I don't think you need it as much with the Killjoy with the ISO combination. which is another thing to point out. You don't really see the Jet ISO a lot either. Again, kind of like we saw those mismatched duelist combinations over on Pearl in my mind. This is another one where you might get to see it played a little bit differently. I'm sure Ori is going to be on that like defensive operator here on the next half, which could also be why they went 10-2 up against Boostgate Esports previously today. But outside of that, what else are we expecting?
What else are we expecting? I mean, I do love to see a breach on Haven.
Okay.
So good for the after plant and just to try and retake a side as well. Very stunning Swedish man. You love to see it.
And I know there were some Moshiro fans in chat, so I'm looking forward to seeing them on that support role. But speaking of support roles, Jix, right? I feel like that's a big leap, right, from Phoenix to Omen. Obviously, like, the Omen's more of an aggressive controller, but still, Phoenix to Omen? That'll be fun to see.
But also a complete, like, role swap, as you said now, but now Jeeks is on the controller, Petite actually on the sofa. So they've just swapped those two around.
Ooh, that's also kind of crazy from the Astra, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, like, looking back at, like, the last 60 days for Jix, like, Omen's one of their most played roles, then, like, a Fade. So that Phoenix really was the kind of outlier there versus... I don't know too much about Petite. I'm still learning the ins and outs of all the EMEA players, but for their time with Twisted Minds, they were also an info initiator, actually. So that might be a way to kind of dig into them as well and say maybe now they're on their more comfortable roles than over on Pearl, which... interestingly was their map pick, right? But that's in the past. We're on Haven now.
We don't talk about that now. No. We don't have to talk about that anymore. No, I do think, and I think both controllers on this last map were absolute anchors for their team. We sung their praises last map as well. Both Petite and Bobby really, pulling their weight, as you said it before. So yeah, I'm curious to see how it's gonna go on Sova and Jeeks on the Omen as well.
Yeah. So. I think there's definitely parallels between the Sova and the Astra in terms of, like, especially like Haven, like you think they're like the C site, they're usually that offside post plant player that have to have really good timings. It's just gonna be that instead of lurking, you gotta play alongside and set up your duelists more effectively with those recon bolts. So that's what I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for. Aside from that, we are getting a little bit of a PC reset before we jump into the game, so sorry for the delay there, but that just gives us more time to hype things up, right? Again, we said it beforehand, both of these teams will be starting on what I would say favors the side of a mixed peak and a comeback arc, because they did have success on their defense for both of these teams, and mixed peak starting on the defense. But again, we just saw surrenders like sweep the floor on a 13-4 for Pearl, so who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I mean, they're really bringing chaos to the board with this comp, and so, we're gonna see if Mixed Peak actually has an answer. As you said, they might be a little bit more favored starting on defense.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I think for me, like, it's gonna come, I don't want to say it's gonna come down to this pistol start, but I think that's gonna be a really good, like, defining factor is like that third, fourth round, because like I said, against Boostgate Esports on that attack, Surrenderers had a little bit slower of a start after a dynamic like 10-2 stomp, very much like we saw over on Pearl. And I'm like, if they get in the groove, right, this kind of composition, I've seen it before, you can just get a C simulator going, right? Just like hit the C site time and time again. And if you can't stop it, you can't stop it. And that's what's dangerous, I think, about an ISO and a Jet combo is, send the wall in, your Jet dashes in after it, and suddenly you don't have to worry about Garage. And even if you are, a double tapped ISO's following it up. So that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, is like a coordination between Ori and Elysian or Sophie. But other than that, like, we can theorize as much as we want, but we can get into the game too.
I think we will do the latter. Let's see as we hop into Haven, our second and possibly last map of tonight.
Yes. An earlier evening, we'll have to wait and see. But what did I just say, Joy? I said C simulator. Look where we're starting out on the pistol round. Uh-oh. But like I said prior, right? They went 0-3 on their attack half in the last Haven matchup against Boostgate Esports. So with the kind of stack from Mixed Peak, it almost feels like they were expecting this. But here's those lineups we wanted to see. This is going to be spicy.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
All right.
Throwing net.
Yeah, you throw that net. There goes the wall. follow behind.
I can't.
And we're already on there, and the first blood is already Sophie's. Poteet ready for one as well, though. As we do see the rest of the squad making their way. Mixed peak. Anya on the jet, still very far behind, though. His blood keeps being drawn. Jade Moa good for another. Moshiro now forced all the way to the back, waiting for Anya to arrive. A beautiful Swedish stun coming through.
I like the
Denying
aftershock
that
as
plan
well.
for now. Yeah.
Yep.
Shocking.
For sure. And while the deadlock falls, right, that was beautiful. First off, I literally set that up for them, right? I said everything and anything happened that way. But I didn't account for the deadlock and the impact that was going to have, right? The net C can't swing out of TT, the wall as well. But what isn't being accounted for is the rotation here. Moshiru dropped Anya now left in the 1v3, but they're not expecting her here either!
Spike down.
Oh
mid.
my god, two super clean headshots here with the sheriff. So worth the money for Anya. And now, with 30 seconds on the
left.
clock, it's going to be Bobby versus Anya.
It's a cat and mouse, right? Like, they didn't see them going towards C. It's going to be a free plant. They're on the opposite side of the map. We've seen Bobby. The silver lining here is, and I can't tell if it's a visual bug or not, is how many stars do we have? I think we have none yet here for the Astra. So they're going to probably play up an aggressive. Yeah, look, pushing into CT. Almost. Maybe just gonna hold the angle down. They know they have a deagle, which is why I'm questioning this decision. All right, they've also questioned it.
Yeah, they also questioned it and were like, actually, I'm just gonna tuck myself into this corner.
Calling the bluff.
Yeah. Anya.
Whoa!
Whoa! No way. She doesn't check that. Goes to check elsewhere. That's a pistol round.
Again, call the bluff, right? You have an Astra. The odds are they're playing long, playing their stars. And Bobby there just takes the gamble, hopes they don't clear it out or wallbang with that deagle, and it pays off beautifully. Surrenders that pistol round on the board. And I think it really was just the breach utility and the worry about a flood back in that stopped them from following through on that C exec. And I thought they were just going to go back now that they have weapons, but I think they're reading into the C stack here a little bit. So it's kind of the meta call here, but I like it. Jade Maul saying, let's go A. And they're going to be running into a solo Anya who, yes, popped off last round, but can they do it again?
Yeah, she's got that sheriff in hand again, though. So
Ooh.
we'll be hearing some footsteps. But now this time, rotation's coming really quickly here, Sobi.
Yeah, they know they can't retake, right, with these weapons, so they're trying to prevent them from taking the site altogether, which is why I want to see Bobby maybe through B instead of a little bit closer to the A site, but they can also just maybe strong away, hand their way in here. I mean, Ari on the high ground is dropped, and this is why you don't want to force the issue about Joy.
No, yeah, absolutely. And immediate punish here. The call is made. We're running. We're not taking this A side anymore. And look at the read from Mixpeak. They've got it down now.
I don't think they got the weapon, though, interestingly enough. So, yes, all that deadlock utility, like the net was invested. I'm wondering if they still have that wall online here for CT, instead opting for it for Garage. And now you got to worry about backside control because Moshiru's there.
Absolutely, but the Bulldog is still up and available.
Player standing.
And a few stings will do the job. Jeek's the last one standing as the spike will be
30
planted
seconds left.
soon, TM. Yep, it will be. Jeeks is gonna take their chances. Finds one. Tags up Jade Moa so badly, and all of a sudden this is looking like a winnable round for them.
I thought that was about to be a collat kill.
Yeah. You and me both.
Oh,
Wow.
recovery is good. Jade Maw with the stinger scales up close. Again, understanding weapon fundamentals says can't take that fight from box from default. And also probably wanted to prevent them from collecting a weapon. I think we saw when they're tucked right around the corner of CT, but that's still a really close round. I would say that as a win for Mixed Peak in my eyes because now, I mean, Surrenders is gambling. They're forcing this round. If they lose this, then it's going to be Mixed Peak a really good opportunity to tie things up out the gate. Then the latter half of that is, and we've seen this before, if they gamble and it pays off, Mixed Peak is broke. Surrenders has white rep, has the lead and rifles, and we're looking at maybe a 3 or 4-0.
Yeah, and that's gonna be super rough and gonna definitely give us some deja vus from last map. But this time, yeah, it's again this explosive entry. The Hunter's Fury actually manages to pick up a kill here as well, spraying away into the smoke. The spike already gone down. Garage being covered now as well, but it will be through the backside that
Over there.
the remaining players of Mixed Peak will try to find their entry. Or Anya, actually.
This is smart. You know you have 2 post-plant players, right? Jade, Moi, Bobby. You gotta dislodge them, so send one of your duelists that way.
Yeah.
And now the rest flooding off the breach util.
Yeah, and they do manage to take out the jet, but will be trading out on that. Anya, oh, about to walk into 2. If she can isolate them, she stands a chance, but... Yeah, they found her. She does get one.
At this point, they're saving, right? This was
Yeah,
their
they're-
buy round. They recognize surrenders forced as well. So there's really no benefit, I think, to taking these duels if you think you're going to lose them. And regen shield popped, right? Anya just needs to take it with them.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the best call to make here for Mixed Peak, obviously. Like, you don't want to go bankrupt again so early on. So...
What's interesting to me is I said this idea of a C simulator, right? And yes, that means it's multiple points racked up simultaneously for surrenders, but it also gives Mixed Peak time to figure out how to solve the C site. And we saw like movement there from Jix in particular. That was a beautiful paranoia, right? We just needed somebody kind of logs or backside to punish off of it, and that's what was lacking that round, right? Jix was on the island. Also, Hunter's Fury reveal, that was hard because you got shot through the smoke, but other than that, I saw progress, which is all you can hope for here if you're not getting rounds.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So now, quite a lot of util here being used on this B side already. But no real sound noise being made.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're not afraid to commit utility and then disengage, especially something as like expensive as a deadlock wall here. And this could be everything. Look at Jigs. Look at Sia.
Oh. Yeah. Oh no, the power.
Sia?
Yeah. Well, she's
They're
still
waiting for her.
standing, tucked away in the corner there. Actually finds one. Looking for a second, will not confirm it though. And now Jig stuck in the net, will be shot down right away. Suspect showing this deadlock can be deadly indeed. Mashiro has been able to get a frag every round this time. Another one. Poti dancing around will not get the upper hand in this trade though. Now it's Jade Ma on side.
Oh
Has
my
to
gosh.
wait. But Bobby trying, but Moshiro shows up so big. And look at that HP.
No, I mean, if Moshiro fans in chat rejoice, send your little kangaroo messages. Trust me, it makes sense. It rhymes, apparently. And that was an insane 3-piece. Just really well done playing around that Cosmic Divide in particular, which I think that's why they were okay investing the Deadlock Wall. Was like, okay, we got a better one for that Seaside exec. But again, figuring out how to piece things apart a little bit more. Just some insane shots as well. The tracking, that wall kind of worked against them as well. It kind of splintered the players, particularly if you remember the ring around the Rosie and how Anya was able to find that frag back sight. But aside from that, that's exactly the kind of round they needed after saving those weapons. Because now you have weapons. Now you're entering your old cycle for both of these teams. To me, this is a make or break round for both of these squads. Oh,
The net.
oh no.
Oh, gorgeous ulti actually coming out. Well done here from Stus. Tags him, but doesn't get the upper hand. She picks up 3 kills though to open up this round here for surrenders.
Even with those 3, though, it's a 2v2. Spike's gonna go down this round, and you get some Astral utility to boot. And this is interesting. They're gonna maybe make the right call and be able to get a 2v1 against Sia. Oh no!
Enemy remaining.
Oh my. Unlucky.
Miscalculated for sure. And Sia, I like this. Team up. Don't give the 1v1s like you almost just did. Petite is well worried because Bobby could be anywhere. That's the reality of an Astra, and you're also watching to see, okay, the Sova was the one that planted on the B site from the ult orb count. Bobby, though, really close by. Beautiful.
Oh,
swarm grenade. It
nice
hasn't been
read
popped.
on the gravity labs there.
Oh.
Picks
Was the
up
grapple not
one.
good?
Has to move though. Oh man. The nano swarm, enough, so much damage. And that will be another round actually in for Mixed Peak here.
Wow, that was really nice as well. Again, it really did come down to seeing that swarm grenade. Otherwise, I think they would have been able to finish things off. I think we saw them concussed, if I'm not mistaken, as well in that stick position from Petite. Aside from that, like I don't even know how they got to half. Like the Gravwell, maybe some body block action, Sia putting their life on the line there. Maybe that's why they were vulnerable when they were jumping away, and Bobby could finish that off with some clean shots. But aside from that, I said that was an important round. They went it out pretty cleanly. Surrender is now on an eco, and they still have ultimates if they need them to kind of bail them out this round if need be.
Yeah, and now Anya immediately going hunting with the knives. But she will be shut down in return there, Mashiro. Good for one to open up with, good for another. Dancing around here, has the corner covered as well, but will not be picking up another kill. Ari has a say in that one. Spike being watched here. Oh, actually, Sia has to be careful there. Ari almost having the Blaze Storm available to her as well. We do still have the lockdown, but a nice rotation here coming in together from MixPeak will be confirming them another round. And all of a sudden, a tied up scoreline.
Yeah. And I think the two things to highlight here is Moshiro, insanely different map from her so far, and secondary is that Surrenders are playing this map and this attack so different from how they did on Pearl, right? On Pearl it was so default heavy, indecisive side execs, coordinated though, like they planned for that indecision to lie until the last second possible. Here it's been very decisive execs and then collectively deciding, okay, let's go elsewhere, right? And I think that's where they've been kind of finding that issue is they're getting pieced apart. So now they're back to what works for this composition, a direct side exit onto the C site. But again, MixPeak have figured out how they want to solve this C take. Avoid everybody and everything and play a 5-person retake. They're even trying to dislodge Bobby, the Astra player. They too have gotten past flank and they don't even know. There's no util here.
Yeah, they have no idea. The only thing that they have is this lockdown for now. But with 2 kills in, it's just, oh no, Ari actually getting detained. And
Last player standing.
it was a nice discipline here from Sophie to be like, all right, I'm gonna let Anya pass and then try to pick them apart. But, you know, Anya with a quick swing around then still puts her down. And with that, the hopes for Surrender is to find a way to win this round.
Yeah, 2 takeaways from that round. One, beautiful retake and counterplay, right? Sia, lockdown shows why the Killjoy may be superior to the Cypher against this style of comp. You pinch them beautifully there on that flank when your only Sentinel is a deadlock, right? You don't have a secure flank hold, especially if they can get the timing off of Bobby like they did. So, again, I wouldn't pin the blame on a singular individual there, but again, they needed to calm like, hey, they could have gotten a timing long. Otherwise, this player's fleeing get caught and you're kind of screwed over. The secondary takeaway though is that's not going to work again. So what do you do now? I guess you win these duels?
Yeah, I guess that's it. There's the Hunter's Fury.
No way.
Wow. I mean, you're forcing everything out of the Jet there just to kind of try and make her dance, and then she still falls, and that's a good kill to trade your ISO for.
A little bit slow down here, back to a 4-on-4. The difference here, Surrender's last round was an eco, I believe. Now they have weapons and ultimates to work with to try and tie things back up 4-4. But this is also interesting because they've lost their Jet and the ISO on each side, right? So 1 duelist gone for MixPeak, 1 for Surrenders. How do you patch that hole? I would say with an Annihilation, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. And Sia's still there. Okay.
Sia is still there. Bobby, though, manages to find a trade somewhere else on the map.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, it's being read by MixPeak, so the rotation is coming in from them as well. So we're gonna see like a 2-on-2.
30 seconds.
This is smart, right? I mean, one person got pinged out beyond that Astral Wall. We talked about how the Astral Wall kind of divides these players. My caution here, though, is that the Breach has been really good at the utility here, whether it's the stun for the retake or Aftershock to deny. And I think Bobby playing this up close, especially in a position as vulnerable as Graffiti, it's a little difficult. I think both players got stunned.
But this... Quiet before the storm.
Right there.
All right. Beautiful Killjoy. Just confirming where these players are, and it guides the Breach util and these frags.
Oh no, everything down to Jay now. And she gets them! Of course she does! Gorgeously lined them up and took them out. What a clutch here from Jajma. Crazy.
I mean, I don't want to say like Doctor Strange style, like foresaw that outcome, but like I for a second there, I'm like, wait a minute, they're gonna double swing this and then they're gonna spray down both. I thought it was gonna be like more of a transfer, not like a 1 bullet two domes, but either way, an insane clutch again from Jade Maw. And while it's a little bit different of a scoreline, that feels like a similar turning point to what we saw from the Jade Maw clutch over on Pearl. So yeah, you need a change of pace, and that could not come in any better form than, in my mind, than Anya with an operator.
Oh yeah. This is exactly how she likes to play it.
All right.
Has to be patient this time. Ari actually having the Blade Storm available as well. Oh my, but this aggression not paying off here for Mixed Peak. Losing Mashiro so early on.
Yeah, and we talked about how fundamental they are for a retake, so now they're just putting all their eggs in this A basket, hoping they could hold on to the site, but comes the rehit, right? Oh my goodness.
Nice shot.
Okay. Well, now what happens when the chickens are in a different hen house? Like, they're not going to A where all of those eggs were, those players were. Bobby, this time, like I said beforehand, I want to see them a little bit more in that plan B position, right? A little bit closer to make that space for the team. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They could have caught Sia off guard, but regardless, they can calm that Sia was fleeing. That's a great sound cue. So you don't have to use as much util. You get the wall up. Sia sneaks in, but Suspect is ready as well.
Sound sensor up. 30
Yeah.
seconds left.
And all of a sudden, Surrenderers are like, all right, we're done playing now. This has been fun, but we are here to win.
Oh.
Things are starting to click.
Yep, you realize it's player on the flank.
Now, Recon Bolt will be taken out. And
This is difficult. Like I said,
yeah.
flank play wasn't going to work again. They want to keep the operator for Anya for the next round. This is going to be Surrenders reclaiming the lead. And again, I talked about it. The C side is so difficult against a composition like this. Like, once in a while, you can get away with plays like we saw with that pinch play off of the flank and off of the lockdown. But you don't get to do that every round, right? Number one, they're going to expect it. Number two, you don't always have a lockdown. Speaking of not expecting...
Not expecting that one.
Yeah, can hold on to the operator here. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's the saving grace here, possibly for Mixed Peak.
All right. Now, aside from that, it's not as bad of a buy as I thought it would be here for Mixed Peak, right? I think they might be forcing up a touch. You can see because of the light shields and the regen shields, but at least they have weapons to complement these ultimates, right? And complement the operator. But my concern here is, again, very similarly to Pearl. You lose this round, Surrenders is like guaranteed to lead at the half. And this is their weaker half per se, right? In quotation marks, since we didn't get to see a lot of them after you tend to a team on the defense. But again, we'll see how it goes when the sides swap or if that conclusion even is reached. But I think Surrenders even know how important this round is. A little bit slower of a start this go round. We'll see what happens when B's in the limelight.
Yeah, we have the Sentinel set up there in the corner. So Surrenders are really taking their time. But looks like they're still gonna try and go for this A play. Cheeks. The shots are heard and Cheeks swings out. She claims one.
Alright. Again, we go to this mentality. They have to hold on to the A side, and it's crumbling beneath them.
The Sophie angle! It was actually insane. She crept around here. And that's the kill contract coming out. Now let's see who will get the better of that. And that will actually be Poteet with the Bulldog.
Wow, but they're in danger, right? They're stunned out CT, where that portal dragged them into an alternative dimension. Not only that, but you have to retake with Anya with an operator. And Anya was just playing bodyguard there, right? Hoping that Petite would win that duel, trusting in her teammate. But again, like, the wall was put up after the sonic sensor is tripped. This is a nice touch, but again, I don't know if it can set up Anya for like a re-entry into a retake.
Tacked up Sus very badly though. So it doesn't need much more. The blades in hand, but they can't push through, and it looks like Call's once again gonna have to beat the save because Sus actually, she swings out and she confirms the kill onto Anya. Now she wants to run down Poteet to try and take the operator out of the hands, but that will not happen.
Ooh. Nicely done. Surrenders, breach that again. Threshold of a 6th round. Again, I liked how they set that up, but this is where you definitely need a timeout. Again, that was a hefty investment to not go your way. Now you're back to a save where Surrenders as a result, it's almost guaranteed a lead here.
Mm.
Aside from that, I don't know like what they really have to change because maybe like number one, apparently this is also a tech pause on top of a tactical pause, perhaps, but it's just a timeout attack pause. But I think the only thing I've noticed, like when they have a lot more difficulty, is if Moshiru falls early, right? They either pop off 3-piece stay alive for the retake, or if they fall early, they don't have that retake prowess behind them, right? So
Yeah.
Moshiru, you are a treasure that needs to be protected at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, Moshiro dying so early, like we kind of already highlighted it, right? When it happened, we were like, no, that's gonna cost you so dearly in this round. So yeah, protect at all costs, and otherwise, like it's hard because like it's not that they're not playing off of each other, but
Yeah. Like I said,
I don't
it's
know,
all like they're
something
playing a
doesn't
lot
connect.
more off of Moshiru's utility
Yeah.
than anything. So when she's not in the picture, it gets a little bit more difficult. But speaking of difficulty here, I feel like I don't want to say this is a throwaway round, but the two players with the operator and Jix with the Vandal have to pop off, or this round is essentially moot. And there it is again. You
Oh
don't get
my.
an operator angle because of, I would say, the smoke and wall in conjunction, but suspect falling, that is huge. The post plant weakened immensely.
Yeah, I mean, a great opening pick here for Anya with that operator. Ori is going fishing. Mashiro on that B side. Just a sheriff, but can still be deadly.
All right. Dust
They're
settles.
really taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, you've lost, again, Suspect, who also had the Annihilation online, which could have been where that plan was formulated around, because you had that timeout. So now suddenly it's probably just the time needed for Jadenwa to concoct a brand new plan. And it's falling towards the safe side, but again, the stack here, the setup is beautiful. Turret contact, stun, Jig swings with the only rifle you have.
And false.
It's a trade at least.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a trade, but a rifle that will be hard to retrieve when there's a jet sitting right on top of it.
Alright. Sia, though, on an island here now with only a deagle, wasn't able to recover that Vandal. Just buying time for the operator to get back over here, because again, you can't retake in this situation. You have to hold on to the site, and they are gonna die by that hand. Jadenwa, 12 seconds of counting. You gotta get the spike down.
Yeah, I think that the only thing she can do right now is just try to find Anya, find a kill.
No.
But they're gonna run out of time.
I mean, Coward's Way Out is still a win in the book here. Keeps you off of Surrenders gaining a lead this half. Puts a 6-6 in the realm of possibility. Plus, they keep the operator. Like, that is a win in every book here.
Absolutely. I mean, for Mixpeak, a great win. For Surrenderers, probably a bit of an annoying round to lose there.
Oh, for sure. And I think they're going to be able to put everything in this round, which is the only takeaway from Surrenders. And, you know, and Suspect falling as early as they did. But aside from that, this round is going to be bloodshed. I can tell already.
It is. We do see... Oh, Recon Bolt coming in. Everything being thrown at this seaside. And so far, you know, just a little trade happened here. Oh, never mind, actually. Annihilation finding a target as well. And all of a sudden, we're looking at you know, only 2 people left standing. Mashiro, good for 1.
All right. And this is just the ideal kind of post-plant Surrenders want to be in, right? Astra alive, Sova alive, Wall is up, so you delay it at every corner. And you don't even have any flank pressure here from Mixed Peak because those players have fallen. So you can't really clear out the Astra, clear out the Sova. And now we've all gone to the safety of Long as well. I think this is going to be a 7-5 half, Joy.
Yeah, I think you might be correct. They're looking for that defuse though, but nah. They're not gonna have time. They're just gonna keep stalling. We still have another shock dart available. Actually, it might be enough.
My goodness.
Oh, but Bobby tucked away. She swings out and clutches it once again. And you are correct. The 7-5 half confirmed here for Surrenders.
Oh my goodness. That definitely came down to the wire, I will say. Maybe just some overpeaks from Long. Again, they always know they can trust in Bobby, I guess, to clutch things out when the times get hard. Like a 3-piece, beautiful 7-5, got the half advantage that you were hoping for. That was robbed away by Anya last round. But again, I think for me, Mixed Peak needed a lead on that half. Like, yes, 3-side map, attack sided copium. But when we look at the performance from both these squads in the defense, it's been kind of like paramount and stand out how dominant they've been. I am curious to see why Surrender's defense was so profound in their last matchup, since they have like not a, I would say, a typical defensive comp like with the Deadlock and the Astra, not a true life Sentinel. But let's see him prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see how they're gonna approach this one. It's a lot of investments towards that A side for now. And just Bobby the single anchor onto that C side.
Here.
All right, and here we go.
Contact found in garage and first blood claimed. Yeah, C side left open.
Spike planted.
Sus has to go and wait for her backup to arrive. Anya still holding this rotation.
All right, we get to see what the comp looks like on the retake, which might be what this comp's favored for, right? You have some visibility blockers from the ISO, from the Astra,
oh
but
my.
Astra's gone.
Jane
It's always right on you.
Yeah, it is.
Last
But
player standing.
Wow.
it's one, but it's like, oh my god, I said one. Sorry, it's three. The
Pros don't
defuse.
fake.
No,
Pros don't fake. You're kidding me.
that was. Oh, make it a fourth.
Nyx was so confident that that was a fake, and I probably would have thought the same, right? That's a quick scale up. You
Yeah.
repeated those time and time again in scrims and practices, but whew, did Ari have other plans? Aside from that, though, I don't want to say we saw the difference between an Astra and an Omen, but I think we just did, right? Like an Astra puts a star, doesn't have to swing that, gets them off, no prob. Jix has to get aggressive and swing, and while they take the frags down with them, the final kill does not go their way, and suddenly surrenders again. They get the second pistol of this map.
Yeah, and this is not what we want to see. But the outlaw now for Ari as well. Oh, she will not connect the shots though. Now she has been spotted, and on the run she is indeed.
All right, and here we go. It's another bloodbath again. Important round. It could be an anti-eco for Mixed Peak.
Oh!
We gotta get past the Odin spray. That is what? What just happened?
I am trying to work my head around what just happened, but it just was the most explosive entry, and everybody just was like, "All right, spray and pray."
I just saw double tap like target after target appearing on like on
There were, like,
Jade Maw's
three.
scream, right? Like it looked like Jade Maw was playing ISO for a second. Though we need like a collective name for those targets in Valorant, right? Like I think like geckos, like things are called like globules, for example, but like unofficially. And like what can we call ISOs? Like we call them like aim labs targets, but aside from that.
Yeah, I mean, what could they be called?
I'll just decide later. Because again, I mean, look at this buy up from Surrenders. Maybe this was the key. Ari and Operator, third round, you're swimming for the rest of the half. Or sorry, this is an outlaw. Still, I think you're swimming.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of also she's stuck with the outlaw for so long last time, and what a
Spike down mid.
shot to confirm. But as I said, no, she stuck with the outlaw for like 2-3 rounds last time, even though they had some damage being done here. Looks like Sus is also running an outlaw.
This is interesting. I don't know how Sia got a Vandal, but I am here for it.
Yeah. And I love that, like, you know,
Honestly.
how she's keeping these players occupied right here. Just all on her lonesome, picks up a kill off the back of it as well.
This, I didn't even get the chance to point it out in the buy phase.
Yeah.
Mixed Peak. Like, when you're down 10-2, yes. A third... Oh, wait, this is the rifle round. I was gonna say, like, 7-5 half, this is your third round. Okay, we're good. Rifles in hand, like,
30
you
seconds
need
left.
this round.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, I think Mixed Peak... Surrenders is doing a good job taking away rifles from Mixed Peak on their bonus.
Oh. Anya, good for one. Still on site. Washing up in heaven there, but... this is gonna be hard for them now. Hard entry here. Wait, actually, they go unspotted with the smoke. Sophie here for the first blood. Anya will fall, and that will be a defuse coming through. We are going to double digits for surrenders.
Wow. And I mean, first off, hats off to surrenders. The bonus round 1 after the 7-5, right? I think it partially came off to the Vandals maybe splintering when they didn't need to out of mixed peak, right? Because then they collected those for the retake onto the A site. I think, for example, Sia, again, they get the frag, I think they disengaged and they would have been set, but the trade there really hurting them in the long run. And again, this round, I hate the position that mixed peak is in if I were them. Like, I think this is where, like, yes, you're 10-5, yes, you have a whole game ahead of you to play. This is where I would want to see a timeout. Because you lose this, surrenders on 11, you're on an eco, and then it's basically a one-way ticket to series point for surrenderers.
Absolutely. So let's see how McSpeak is approaching this round. Ari is set up, forced off of that angle here, though. Looking to take another swing at it, but will not find anything. Except for a whole lot of barrels that she was staring down.
Oh, just say, Ori, trust in teammate to keep posted up on that operator, but they're getting flushed out by everything.
Yeah, and now they're just kind of pinched in because now the Hunter's Fury coming in as well. They're like, where can we even go? We're stuck in this long. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you're choosing between a Hunter's Fury and an operator posted up trying to evade it. So everything cancels out. Less than a minute left, right? They don't have many options here. The thing is why they're dilly-dallying around A, but with Ori just anchoring here, I foretold that there would be an operator on the defense when I said it was an outlaw. And now they're really going to depend on Anya to open up this B site. And if Suspect wins this duel, I don't even know how long ago that Omen Smoke was placed, then I think that's going to crumble at their feet too with 30 seconds left and sub counting. They're trying to pinch here actually to the A site.
Oh! With the shorty! That is just no mercy. Suspect going in, the operator ringing through, but Sophie will find the final nails into the coffin.
Good day.
Wow.
A flawless round.
And not just the like clockwork, right? Like
Yeah.
Suspect like went back in time, was like, okay, if I align every second correctly, at this exact time somebody's gonna walk in the smoke with their gun out and I can just shorty them. And that's exactly what they followed through on. They completely stall what was supposed to be that pinch play onto the A site, right? You dislodge Suspect there, then suddenly Ori has to worry about CT, worry about, you know, Anya, and all of that crumbles, and then those players on A main are dealing with the same exact issue they had when the round started.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're gonna see everything on the line here for McSpeak. They do not want to go to series point. Ari, though, already finds her first frag. Will pick up a second. She just looks unstoppable on this operator.
At this point, I said it. Weapons aren't there. They're forcing the bottom of the barrel. Surrender should have an easy time with Jade Maw and this beautiful pinch. It's going to be just that. Moshiru stems the bleeding, but it's still a 2v3. You still haven't gotten the Astra off the C site, and I don't think Bobby and Jix are going to realize each other are there. When it'll on Moshiru.
Yeah, I mean, the eyes are just in the right place here for surrender, right? They're just ready for anything coming in. And now, Moshiro, as she tries to make her way onto the seaside, just gets grabbed by the kill contract. Sophie will take her out, and that is going to be not even match point. That is going to be series point here for surrenders.
Wow, and even if they lose that fight, a big if, like the rest of the team, it would have been a knife kill, so that's the merciful ending. So 12 to 5. 7 rounds needed in a row for Mixed Peak here to get to overtime. A similar fate to what we saw over on Pearl. And I literally said the defensive half was going to be strong based on the 10-2 in their previous round, but I didn't think it was this stable with this style of composition. It's just... And Jade Maw now has an Odin on top of it. Like, you have an Annihilation. I don't see how they could lose this round. So, Mixed Peak, show me why they can lose this round, you know?
Yeah, we do want to see it, but man, they do look so unstoppable. Just shooting away at the wall. All right, the wall's been now taken care of. At least Bobby posted up here, but I don't know. Drone will be taken down. A little bit of shots traded here. Just trying to put in a little bit of damage, but okay.
What?
Nice net, but still nothing really happening. And look at Anya, she's just trying to break free. And we'll
Wow.
find a gorgeous headshot here, and that's what the Guardian does for you. Anya now dashing onto the side, will be shut down by Ori immediately. The Blade Storm already in hand as well. Both Jets had that up and available, and now the knives will go and find their targets. Everything on the line. Ori showing up
Ace?
so big. They know they want to go. You're calling the ace. The operator is available. Still two of them as well, but Sophie will not let that happen. Ori though looking for the fourth, and that would have been an ace, but it is a series win. Wow, surrenders.
Wow, and the 2-0, as promised, if you won map 1, you were going to roll into your map pick and into an experienced map for you of Haven with an off-the-wall composition as well. Like, I think teams moving forward will be able to, like, Vodary that and piece it apart a little bit, but right now it looks so just indomitable. And I thought for a second that we were going to see Anya pop off. You know, they take the net off, they hit that nasty shot, and then we're going soaring into the seaside, but Jet v Jet, and we come away with the top of the lobby with Ori. Just insane, right? They didn't get to shine as much over on Pearl just because the Phoenix kind of stole the spotlight, but the operator as a core part of that defense. I mean, they had a flawless defensive half, like not a single round. It was a 7-5 half converted. Like, you can take a look at the stats and see exactly why, once again, they were as dominant as they were.
Yeah, here we go. This time, not such a clean-looking divide here, as we do see Anya and Moshiro both blended in. But yeah, definitely the more supportive character showing up strong on the side of Surrenderers here.
Yeah, I am quite surprised. I think that Jix and Petit, we kind of talked about how like they were having these major role swaps. We thought they maybe were on more comfortable roles, but I think they looked a lot stronger on Pearl, in my personal opinion. Like,
Yeah.
Jix was doing their job, but I think at least in the defensive half for them, she was consistently like on the island, and she was getting the kind of the short end of the stick. Like, her utility was on point, but there was nobody there to kind of bail her out or capitalize off of it, and that's where they started to struggle a little bit. So I don't know what necessarily would remedy that, but that's for the coaching staff to talk about. I'm not sure. I need to double check the format. If they are eliminated, they have one more chance in like a lower. They do. They go to the lower bracket finals. So they have another opportunity. So they definitely have to know what they have to focus on cleaning up, and maybe know to rethink a Pearl selection. I'm joking.
I mean, we loved seeing the Pearl though.
I did too. That was really nice to cast again.
Hell yeah.
We didn't have to go. We didn't have to cast Ascent. Bless.
Yeah, look at us. Zoe, we have been blessed with no Ascent tonight, and we were actually able to cast 2 very entertaining maps though instead of Ascent.
Yeah. And with that, I mean, they're moving on as well into the next stage, where they are going to be going up against a drum roll, please, as I look for a logo, because I'm gonna make you do it for an excruciating long time. No, it'll be the
I don't
winner
have the
then
long capacity for
of
that.
Mixed Peak versus the winner of BGT versus L'Equipe. So if L'Equipe beats BGT, right, then they get another opportunity, right, to just reprise their 2-0 role. And I think we could get a rematch between Surrenderers and Mixed Peak, which would be insanely cool to see, right? You don't get the surprise of this Haven comp anymore. And I feel like they wouldn't choose Pearl again either. So I think that's going to be a true showing, because I definitely, like I said, I expected a lot more from Mixed Peak. Like I said, they were one of my top teams to keep an eye on coming into this event. Like, a Pug Squad formed for the open qualifiers, and a lot of the players that were like on main event teams last season as well. But they will rise again, I believe.
Yes, we are definitely keeping our hopes up as they give a second chance. And I mean, a rematch would be very cool. I would be down to cast that 100%.
Well, with that, Joy, I think that's it for today. So huge thank you. I know I jumped in. I think I commandeered this cast from Akamask to cast with you and then with Winter, since they will be a duo later on. But it was a pleasure as always, and I mean, we're gonna be back at the same time tomorrow as well, with some amazing teams, some amazing casters. I think some fresh faces actually come on the cast tomorrow for Dive at least. So that'll be a pleasure to look forward to, Joy.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Don't forget it. Yeah, and there are a lot of co-streamers out there that you can watch as well. So if the team you're rooting for is maybe not being casted on the main broadcast here, then there are co-streamers that are also providing coverage of the event
I think those get actually tweeted out by Dive every day on their Twitter. I saw it this morning, and I was like, that is super helpful, super informational. So shout out to our organizers and our admins for getting all of that set up there. They even were like very kind. We're like, hey guys, tell us which storylines you want to follow as casters, and we'll do our best to accommodate that. So shout out to Dive, shout out to everyone behind the scenes making it possible. I believe today it was Magnum observing, Fran on the production, and then Gev was here kind of facilitating the communication between that feed and the broadcast. So League Ops there. So yeah, just thank you to everyone, and we hope to see you guys back tomorrow again at Dive GG for day 2 of the group stage for Wingwoman series.
See you then.